Here we see various deities. There's one that looks very good looking, so that possibly Baldur. We don't know his origins in the mythology. He's reminded scholars quite of Christ. And also his main function in the narrative is to die. People see a connection with Christ in that. And Baldur is known to be the fairest god, a son of Odin, but he doesn't do much. He goes to Hell, which is kind of a place who is descended from Loki himself. People who die natural death or accidental death go to her. And this is very clever of Loki, that he doesn't kill Baldur himself. He gets somebody else to kill him who doesn't know what he's doing. Thus it's accidental, and thus he can't go to Valhalla but goes to Hell instead. They try to make a bargain with her to get him out, but that fails, and it's again Loki's machinations that ruin everything. Surtur has a role because he seems to storm the known world in the apocalypse and the old twilight of the gods. He's quite large in that picture, and possibly he is, but it is unclear, and all dimensions are extremely unclear in the Edda. They were not good at telling us the dimensions in that age. He's a nebulous figure, like he doesn't appear much in narratives, but mostly connected with the apocalypse, the Ragnarok. He's described as somebody made out of fire. So this portrayal of him is very close to the sources. He's one of the forces who destroy the world eventually.
Uldar fell soon after Ivaldi did. Our mines and miners, any survivors now serve Glod.
Is that name meant to mean anything to me?
Glod is Sutar's bastard son, half Muspel, half Jotun. A nightmarish being, capable of tearing a dwarf in two.
The dwarves are not very prominent in the mythology, and they're not present in Icelandic folklore at all. So we have only like the Eddic dwarves, and there are about 7 dwarfish characters in the Edda, and they have quite diverse roles. Some are carpenters, and this is something we often associate with dwarves in our age, and not least because of Tolkien and his influence. It's kind of hard to make generalizations about dwarves given how few of them actually appear. There is another strain of dwarves that enters medieval Icelandic literature, and this is like the Romance strain, where dwarves have a clear function as supernatural helpers. And this is something that eventually we see in the fairy tales like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. There are 4 dwarfs that are said to hold the world up, so maybe they were quite significant. But here they're really threatened by this Glod character.
You get a chance, you kill him.
Giants in general, the Jötnar, they do have an important foundational role. They're supposed to be old, and that of course means they are knowledgeable, they have some kind of relationship with power, which is interesting. It's easy to use fantasy here because the sources don't really say that much. Whether they're giants or not, it seems clear, but clearly they're terrifying figures and associated of course with frost. Snorri begins with a very strange description of fire and frost and how they somehow combine to make the world. The elements in general are very threatening, and they still are. I think there's an idea that anyone connected strongly with the frost is bound to be you should be wary of them.
Why wouldn't I remember my own Valkyries?
It has been many ages since Odin, son of Bor, father of Thor, took his duties seriously. Instead, he frets about the future, tries to wriggle free of fate. That's what I hear. Yeah,
this is fun. Clearly this one is quite rebellious, but they're sort of connected with Odin. They're sort of his servants. Their main role is going to the battlefield, choosing the right warriors. Possibly they can fly. It's very natural to make them into fighters if that is done in this game. The relationship with war, with battle is so clearly stated in all the sources. And yeah, I think it's possible that some of them might have been disruptive towards Odin. Death is very important, and death is in a way kind of a start. The servants of Odin who go to his kingdom to keep on fighting. That's what they do, they keep on fighting. Whatever, it doesn't seem very glamorous to us, but clearly that was seen as a very good thing to be able to fight forever. Odin has a very strong connection with ravens. Almost one of the first things that's mentioned about him is that he's served by 2 wolves and 2 ravens who give him tidings. Ravens are also mentioned very often in connection with battle. In the kennings, dead warriors are referred to as food of the raven. The raven is clearly seen as a very important mythological being, and in particular connected with Odin. Things that Odin represents, which is like death, battle, and possibly poetry, because ravens are so popular in kennings. Yeah, Odin is a raven god. He's called that. Like, that's one of the names for Odin, is raven god. So I think it's good that he has the power of the raven in this game. A lot of the facts that are presented in the Snorra-Edda are about like night and day, sun, moon, wind, all the elements. So they're clearly very interested in elements, and there's a strong tendency to connect the gods with the elements. The dead are seen as very hard to control, and even in the law codes of Norway and Iceland, it's spoken about resurrecting the dead as a particularly dangerous thing to do. Yeah, there is a Hulsa Kraka scene where the dead seem to be fighting with the sorcerers. There seems to be a great fear of like fiddling too much with death. The undead of Iceland are almost like the vampires in Eastern Europe, in that they can be very hostile and they can attack you physically. So there's reason to be scared of them. I've read a lot of the shapeshifting narratives and written about them, and it's so unclear what it is. Like, what is shapeshifting? Do you turn into an actual animal? Or what do you do? Like, is it the mind? Is it the body? There are whole texts where it's entirely unclear whether an actual transformation into an animal is taking place, or if it's only partial, or if the mind changes at all, or if it's just the body. Things are left vague intentionally. So I think like Odin as a shape-shifting god, I think this like depiction is very much in line with how medieval authors saw him, as somebody who would like always in fact be kind of disguised. If we regard him as a god, then he clearly is like representing the elements, and we have like also a family of snow people like King Snow and his daughter who's called Mjolnir, which means light snow. Jon Snow is not the first snow in European culture. So I think that that's something that exists. Like, what are these people? Like giants, gods? That's often left quite vague. Yeah, this is an Atgeir, and it's most impressive. There is a famous Atgeir in Njálssaga, and this is possessed by Gunnar of Hlíðarenda. It's supposed to have been something like that. That's like a mixture of weapons. Gunnar killed the previous owner, who was a Viking, and took the Atgeir from him and uses it extremely efficiently in battle. He did have a spear called Gungnir, but I don't remember him ever wielding it. I think it's within the mythology. The dwarves are supposed to live in the Svartalfaheimur. Svartalfur means, though, black elf. Among the dwarf names of Snorra there are several that are actually elf. A dwarf can be called an elf. So there seems to be no clear-cut distinction between the elves and the dwarfs. Modern biology is full of classifications and categories of animals and beings where everyone is classified as one thing. But this is not necessarily the medieval mindset. So when a modern person goes back to the medieval era, they feel that whatever they meet must be either an elf or a dwarf, because we have 2 words and thus possibly species. The heathen religion existed in a very large area for a very long time, and it was never unified in the same way as Christianity eventually became. So that means it's possibly a fallacy to regard the pagan religion as any one thing. So you can very easily imagine that there are several beliefs about everything. I liked Odin. I felt he was quite interesting. The dwarves are possibly a bit traditional, like there's these traditions in dwarves and giants. they're not necessarily how they were visualized in the medieval ages. They're more like something that has become traditional through the ages. I thought the landscape was good. It reminded me a bit of Iceland. The green color reminded me a bit of Iceland. On the whole, I thought the imagery was quite impressive. That being said, I haven't really been playing computer games much. So, I remember the 80s computer games, and they've certainly evolved quite a lot. All of us are very happy for Old Norse being a part of this. And also, I think it's good to, in some way, go back to the medieval sources, because Marvel has done its own thing with it, and that's not necessarily how things are in the older sources. I don't regard any medieval source as the truth about these gods. They are full of contradictions, even within the same source. There's no picture, and I don't think we even should look for it, the truth about how the pagan religion was, because I think it always was, quite diverse. Each region had its own version of these, and Odin, things like Odin were they traveled widely, so there must have been several Odins, I guess.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla Dawn of Ragnarok is available now on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, PC, Stadia, and Luna. For more experts reacting to cool stuff, keep it right here on IGN.
On paper, Dawn of Ragnarok's premise of delving into Norse mythology is a promise to truly investigate one of the most interesting loose ends left by Assassin's Creed Valhalla's story and give Eivor the power of the gods. In disappointing reality, it's a mostly unchanged stretch of gameplay dressed up like a magical romp through the 9 realms. Replacing European kings with giants and dwarves doesn't change the fact that all of the moment-to-moment adventuring, looting, and combat is exactly the same as it's been in the roughly 150 hours of Valhalla that preceded it. How do you add a whole new set of supernatural abilities without making much of anything feel new or different? Like the 2 DLC expansions before it, it's not a letdown of Asgardian proportions, but it is a letdown nonetheless. Dawn of Ragnarok channels Christopher Nolan's Inception and goes deeper as Eivor, themselves a virtual reconstruction of an ancient Viking, uses trippy drugs to relive the spiritual reconstruction of the life of their culture's gods in order to sort out their own existential dread. This assassinception idea was a clever metaphor during the main game, with Odin whispering increasingly paranoid advice into Eivor's ear every time a new and more bizarre revelation is made about the truth of their world. But the story is far less poetic here. It's more of a straightforward tale of Havi's quest to save his son Balder from the fire demon Surtur. It's a story that is largely standard fare for this series, and especially the Valhalla-verse. The characters are well realized and nuanced. Surtur, his children, and his wife all stand as enemies in the way of your ultimate end, but they all have their own motivations and sometimes complicated relationships with one another that make them all seem more relatable than your bog-standard cackling bad guy. Svartalheim's original residents, the dwarves, are varied in demeanor and opinion, as should be expected from a group of people whose country is occupied by not one, but 2 factions of colonizing giants. Everyone has their own opinion on what the presence of the Allfather means for them, and chatting up the locals to figure that out can be entertaining if nothing else. Svartalheim is filled to the brim with environments fit for ancient legend. Much of the land looks as verdant and beautiful as many of the locations in England, Norway, or Ireland. It almost has a Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings sort of vibe, where everything looks like a postcard of some natural landscapes that exist in the real world, with the occasional enormous dwarven statue or gigantic mountain made of solid gold. Things do get occasionally weirder when you start seeing enormous statues floating in the air, or some burning tree root tentacle thing crawling across the sky. The result is a serene but occasionally chaotic landscape that succeeds in feeling unique among the miles and miles of land Eivor has traveled to this point. Disappointingly, you'll be doing largely the same things you've been doing for a year and a half now across the regions of Svartalheim. Checking off map objectives by finding treasures and mysterious landmarks are made no different by being the god of gods. New light-based puzzles are few and far between. World events return from the base game, but they remain bite-sized versions of side quests that are inconsistent in quality and in compensation for completion. There are new collectibles to find and new elites to hunt, but the process of completing these tasks is the same as ever. The biggest and best new feature of Dawn of Ragnarok is the new Hugr-Rip, a magical bracer that lets you steal powers from certain enemies and use them as your own. This includes giving yourself fire or frost giant powers for a limited period of time, allowing you to take a dip in lava flows without burning to a crisp, for instance. It also allows you to disguise yourself as the enemy to infiltrate camps, but that novelty wore off rather quickly because it's really only interesting when the campaign makes you do it, and more of a hassle than your normal threat removal strategies. One of the most useful powers comes from a lowly raven. It allows Eivor to transform into a bird and fly across the world, or to reach a tactically advantageous position without having to tiptoe among the enemy. This mostly just serves to cut out the traditional travel time though. What was really underwhelming was the limitations to these powers. You can only have 2 active at any time, and you can't just select the ones you want from a list you have equipped. If you want to change your active abilities, you have to find an enemy in the world who has it and take it from them. For something like a disguise power, they tend to be well placed and abundant, but all of the others feel sporadic and hard to rely on. So even though a power that revives slain enemies to fight for you is great fun to use, in practice you have to go out of your way to find a poor sap to slay for it in preparation for future challenges. The term challenges is used loosely here because you won't find too many in Dawn of Ragnarok. Boss fights offer a bit of pushback, which the normal rank and file enemies lack, but that's mostly thanks to some special mechanic or pattern you have to adhere to. You see the depth of the new roster of enemy types pretty early in the 20 hours it takes to more or less exhaust this DLC's reserves, and there aren't many examples of campaign encounters to put all of their strengths to use. They're almost all just enemies that behave like ones we've seen before, but with blue and black skin. The few that are truly new, like Flamekeepers who can bring their fallen allies back to life, are easy to dispatch. Around the end of your journey, the Valkyrie Kara opens her arena, which provides battle encounters that will be the test that combat enthusiasts crave. Besides throwing waves of enemies, both mundane and epic, at you to defeat for prizes, you can turn up the heat by adding boasts, which are modifiers that add stipulations to the fight, like making each consecutive melee attack do less damage unless you weave in ranged attacks. Turning up the risk also boosts the reward, but all that grinding is only for armor and runes you could likely do without, especially since this all comes so late in your adventure. A new weapon type, the Otgear, tries to spice up combat a bit by allowing you to piece your own short combos together by mixing light and heavy attacks to your heart's content. The wide arcing swipes are perfect for crowd control, but the ceiling for any real skill expression is low. It isn't the offensive game changer the Scythe was in Siege of Paris, but more like its slower, stronger cousin that is fun nonetheless. You can upgrade gear to a new divine level as well, which allows you to slot a new type of rune in them, but as with all the other micromanaging you can do with equipment in Assassin's Creed, you can easily go a whole playthrough without feeling their impact. Divine new setting aside, Dawn of Ragnarok doesn't take the long-standing formula of Assassin's Creed Valhalla to new heights in any significant way. The Hugr-Rip and new hosts of supernatural abilities are a fun addition to the series, but they're used so sparingly that they don't feel vital. Outside of that, the 20-hour adventure through Eivor's godly alter ego felt much like the last 100 plus hours already spent with them since the main game came out 15 months ago. It's consistently fun gameplay, yes, but also disappointing that Valhalla is desperate for some kind of real shakeup to how it plays. Instead, the only surprises left to anticipate are how Ubisoft is going to repurpose systems we've already seen every bit of to fit into a new theme and setting. The banality of the mostly unaltered flow of gameplay doesn't do the celestial locations and story any justice. For more, check out our reviews of Elden Ring and Shadow Warrior 3. And of course, for everything else, stick with IGN.
My husband should have stamped on you when he had the chance. But mercy is no flaw of mine.
Hurry, we are nearly there.
Peace, Frick. It will do us no good to arrive at our enemy's doorstep exhausted.
Surtr has our son, fair Baldur, fallen to treachery. Does that mean anything to you?
It does, and Surtr will pay a heavy price for it. We do not serve our cause by reckless haste. The tyrant of Muspelheim acts with purpose, and I would know the web he weaves before I'm caught in it.
So speaks one who never nursed our babe at the breast, nor held him as he slept. You were warming your wife's bed while I nurtured your son.
You were only too keen to send him to my care, and Freya's, when the call of adventure became too great to resist. Now dampen your heart fire. Captive he may be, but there's nothing in the Nine Realms that can harm Baldur.
There is one thing. Pick up your heels. Baldur was too mighty to be captured by force. I sense Loki's hand in this.
As do I. Yet still the wretch refuses to confess. That is why he waits in fetters for our return. Chained by my own hand, as I chained his son.
As he has chained ours in turn.
If he is truly conspiring with Surtr, he will know my everlasting wrath.
Will he, Harvey? Or will you forgive him once again, so he may wreak more misery upon us? You love your dear blood brother too well, when he has brought you nothing but pain.
We have brought each other pain.
Harvey, look!
Burned. Their corpses left as food for the crows. A dark omen indeed.
Come. There is no time to waste on the dead.
We should have done more. We should have rallied the whole of Asgard when the Muspels invaded Svartalfheim.
And you should never have let our son come here.
He sought to prevent this war. Was that not a worthy goal? As for Asgard, the Builder's treachery was still fresh. We needed to rebuild, honor our dead. There was little appetite for further conflict.
I recall you said the same when Surtr invaded Alfheim. Now the elves are no more.
Now you dredge up ancient history?
You should have intervened, Lord of Asgard. Then and now. Instead, Surtr has grown too bold, and our son may be the cost of it.
Do not say so, Frigg. We will find him yet.
What have they done? The city lies in ruins.
This is worse than I thought. They've put this land to flame and sword.
Baldur. He is nearby, Harvey. I feel it.
You feel it?
The bond of mother and child. Something you will never understand. Now follow. Where is he? That way. Maybe this?
These buildings stand hollow. No one is here.
Then we have nothing to fear. There! Inside that house. He has been here. It is so faint.
Are you sure?
Can't you tell? Come. He must have gone this way. That building! Hurry!
I see no sign of Baldur.
No, but the essence of him lingers. It is stronger here than before. Do not slow, Harvey! We are on his trail!
If this instinct is true, let us follow it further.
Where are you, my son? If they have harmed a hair on your head...
Keep faith, Frick. We'll find him safe. You'll see. This city broods beneath a cloak of uneasy silence. Where is the enemy?
Concern yourself only with our son. He is close. I feel it now. He was here. The smell of his skin, his hair. It's as if he left but a moment ago.
There may be other signs. Keep watch. I will look upstairs. What is this place? What happened here? Who wrote this? Was it you, dear brother?
Hobby! They're here! The enemy is upon us!
This area spills. Freak! I'm coming!
Where is my son, demon?
He waits at my master's pleasure. There. But maybe not so fair as you remember.
Hobby! More of them! Gorge your blade!
You will burn, Asgardians! Hey, what?
Meet your fate!
Hey, wait! We keep our wits about us!
Have him in the keep, Hobby!
And let no lackey of suitor stand in our way!
Kill the Aesir scum!
Hobby! Here they come!
You're mine.
These fiends are coming from
You will
everywhere!
never reach our
How
master!
many more must
This
we face?
city will be your tomb!
Pathetic!
Keep going! We are nearly there!
Look at your house! Going! You're dead!
Baldur!
Avi. You came. As I knew you must. It's been too long since you and I crossed blades.
Then let's make this the final.
Don't worry, High One. Neither you nor I are fated to die today. And so it begins. Each injury you have done, my son, you will feel them tenfold. I feel nothing but your empty breath. Truly, dear friend, do you falter, Lord of Asgard? You should never have come to my hall. I close your mouth of steel. Your god omniscience end here, suitor. Surrender my son. Keep talking, High One. Your blows are as weak as your wounds. I fear a dark destiny awaits you. Look like you could do with a lie down. You wanna watch this? No.
We must kill the High One.
He's not fated to die today.
well? Javi's not well.
A passing weakness. It's nothing. We should continue.
Are you sure? We could rest a while.
They kidnapped my son, murdered his mother. I will not rest till I repay these wrongs. Oh, forgive me. You lifted me from that fly-blown hell, set me on my feet again. You do not deserve my rage.
And you do not belong among the dead. Not yet. Now come on. Your gift awaits.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a massive game that's already received a few expansions, and as such, it can sometimes be a bit confusing what requirements are needed for players to access the new content. So if you're eager to wield the power of the gods in Dawn of Ragnarok and want to know how to jump right into the action, then this video should help you out. There are 3 ways to access Dawn of Ragnarok, each with their own perks and possible drawbacks. The first 2 options require you to have made a bit of progress in the main campaign, so let's go over what that looks like. Dawn of Ragnarok has a suggested power level of 340. If you're not 340, don't worry, you can still access the expansion. We'll get to that a little bit later. Once it's installed, you should receive a quest called Restless Dreams under the Ravensthorpe section in your quest log. This quest sees Eivor traveling back to Ravensthorpe and falling asleep under a tree to take on a Waking Dream quest. There's no reason for me to spoil what happens in this quest, so I won't, but just know you eventually gain control of Eivor once it's over. Now that you're back in England, playing as Eivor, there's a few things that need to be done before you can continue the Restless Dreams quest and access Dawn of Ragnarok proper. The following actions are all things that could have been completed in the base version of Valhalla, so there's a chance you've already done them. The first is to get Ravensthorpe up to level 3. Once you've done that, you'll have gotten a quest called A Wise Friend that sees Valka arriving in Ravensthorpe. You remember Valka, right? She's one of the first NPCs you meet when you start the main campaign. Anyways, complete the A Wise Friend quest and build the Seer's Hut. Once this is complete, you'll get Valka's next quest titled In Dreams, but that's part of the main campaign and is not relevant to the Dawn of Ragnarok expansion. Instead, you can now continue the Restless Dreams quest. Talk to Valka and she'll have Eivor create a summoning circle to send you to her next waking dream, and that's where the Dawn of Ragnarok expansion begins. So let's go over the 3 options to make this happen. The first is for folks who've already reached the suggested power level of 340. If you have, you simply need to complete the steps I've outlined above and enter the Waking Dream to begin the expansion. Easy. The second option is for those who have played a bit of Valhalla but aren't at a power level of 340 yet. Like I mentioned earlier, you can still play Dawn of Ragnarok, but it's a bit different. First off, you still need to complete the Restless Dreams quest steps and have Valka in Ravensthorpe like I've outlined above. What's different is, once you've created the summoning circle to enter the Waking Dream, a screen will appear warning you that you don't meet the level requirements to play Dawn of Ragnarok. You then have the option to boost Eivor's level and receive a full set of loner gear and level 2 abilities, so that way you can take on enemies in the expansion. This is where it gets tricky. If you travel back to England, you'll lose access to the level 2 abilities, loner gear, and boosted skill level. But while you're in the Dawn of Ragnarok expansion, all XP earned, skill unlocks, and items looted, including gear, is yours to keep when returning to England. The game warns you that this could alter your experience if you then go to progress your main save, because you're essentially receiving endgame pieces of gear and bringing it back to England with you. So this is something you need to decide for yourself. If you want to experience Dawn of Ragnarok now and don't care about the implications it could have on your main campaign, then go for it. But if you want to play Dawn of Ragnarok while keeping your main save pure, then you're in luck because that option also exists. Option 3 is access from the main menu. Simply select New Game from the menu and select to start the Dawn of Ragnarok expansion. This is the most straightforward way to experience the Dawn of Ragnarok campaign, but it also comes with its own drawbacks. Like in the boosted option, you'll be given a leveled up character tuned to take on enemies in the expansion with a full set of level appropriate gear. You won't need to have any progress in the main campaign to enter the expansion this way. The drawback is this character is made solely for the expansion alone, thus cannot be brought back to England to do any parts of the main campaign. Basically, going this route essentially makes Dawn of Ragnarok a standalone spin-off that is not affected by the main story and cannot be reverse affected either. So if you don't want to mess with your main campaign progress in any way, then this is the option for you. But just know that later down the line, if you return to the main campaign and finish it, and decide you want gear from Dawn of Ragnarok, well then you'll need to follow the Restless Dream quest and begin the expansion as if it were your first time. And that's it. I hope this helps get you started on your adventures as Odin, and if this video helped you out, make sure to let us know in the comments below. And of course, for more on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, make sure to check out our expansive wiki over on IGN.com, and of course for everything else video games, stick with IGN. The Assassin's Creed franchise has spanned the globe since it debuted in 2007, and entries have taken players from Renaissance Italy to ancient Greece to the American Revolution. Along the way, the series has changed dramatically, from sequels that made good on the promise of past entries to entirely new takes on character progression. So which games are the best out of Ubisoft's long-running series? IGN's biggest Assassin's Creed fans came together to agree, argue, and eventually cull together our favorites. It's worth noting, this list pulls from the mainline Assassin's Creed series of console releases, so no mobile or handheld entries were considered as they vary greatly in scope and design. So without further ado, here are IGN's top 10 Assassin's Creed games. After the tipsy sway of Black Flag's pirate protagonist Edward Kenway, Assassin's Creed Unity was a return to the tone of original Assassin's Creed. As the first AC game to be exclusively released on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, alongside PC of course, Assassin's Creed Unity was a graphical powerhouse for its time and boasted enormous crowds of NPCs, but its launch was a bit of a bumpy ride. The cavalcade of bugs, glitches, and an intensely overburdened map led some to flee the game, but those that stuck with it found a great setting in revolutionary France, newly enhanced movement options that made scaling down the side of a building much easier and fun, and multifaceted assassination missions. And frankly, seeing Notre Dame in all its glory makes AC Unity well worth the price of admission. Meanwhile, that same year on the Xbox 360 and PS3, Assassin's Creed Rogue introduced us to the assassin-turned-Templar Shay Cormac for this pseudo-prequel to Assassin's Creed 3 and Unity. Rogue trades Havana for New York, and the warm waters of the Caribbean for the ice flows of the North Atlantic and riverlands of the Hudson Valley, but keeps and even expands on the excellent naval combat and Archimess swordplay of Black Flag. The story may not take any huge risks to upset the franchise formula of Assassin's good, Templar's bad, but it's an interesting trip through the looking glass to see how things operate on the other side of the hidden blade, and a must play if you loved Black Flag but don't want to play it for the 5th time. Assassin's Creed Revelations wrapped up Altair's and Ezio's stories, and despite some unremarkable additions like the Den Defense mode, it was a memorable and thrilling send-off. From flying down zip lines in Constantinople to hanging out with Leonardo da Vinci, Revelations was packed full of fascinating adventures. Ezio and Altair's final chapter was, in a way, both a sign of things to come and a celebration of what came before. Not only did we get one final fling with these two after seeing them grow and learn from lives full of adventure, but we had a chance to say goodbye to the first era of Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood continues the story of Ezio Auditore da Firenze, cementing him as a fan-favorite protagonist for the series. It trades the diverse locations of Assassin's Creed 2 for an expanded version of Rome and its surrounding countryside, and builds on the new mechanics introduced in AC2, swimming, property management, firearms, and recruitable allies. This chapter of Ezio's story is filled with charm, wit, and drama, and thanks to its updated combat, we got to be the aggressive combat assassin we always wanted to be. It was also the first game in the series to introduce multiplayer, allowing players to step into the shoes of the Templars to see who among their friends truly was the best assassin or hunter. It may not have advanced the formula as much as its predecessor, but it's still cherished by many as one of the very best. Valhalla didn't reinvent the wheel like Origins did, but it did make some pretty substantial changes. Combat is weightier and more impactful than ever before. Traditional side quests have been replaced by world events, making exploration and discovery much more organic, and the absurd amount of loot you'd have to organize and sift through was toned down substantially, making rewards feel much more valuable on the whole. Eivor might not be our favorite of the Assassin's Creed protagonists, but his or her story is an engaging one and is one of the best blendings of historical fantasy and mythology that the series has ever seen. Assassin's Creed games are often as defined by their locations as they are by their protagonist, and Syndicate's 19th century Victorian London in the throes of industrialization may be the most memorable of the bunch. Sneaking around factories, racing horse-drawn carriages down the street, and even fighting Jack the Ripper all ground Syndicate in a setting that, while still fantastical, feels real. Contributing to this sense of place is the string-heavy score from Journey composer Austin Wintory that doesn't sound like anything else in the series before or after. Dueling protagonists Jacob and Evie Fry even have their own soundtracks. It's a small touch, but it's one in a string of small touches that makes Syndicate's world cohesive. Also, it's hard to recall any game this side of Bloodborne that lets you fight this effectively with a cane. In many ways, we have Assassin's Creed 2 to thank for not only proving the formula works, but for also giving us the defining analogy of a video game sequel fulfilling the promise of its underwhelming original. Though later entries would add even more depth, Assassin's Creed 2 made assassination missions more dynamic, with increased flexibility in how you approached objectives, more options for hiding or causing distractions, better combat, and better mobility with the ability to actually swim. New catacomb missions let players put their parkour skills to the test. The upgradable home-based villa gave players a reason to keep investing in picking up collectibles and coins, and new weapons and gear from everyone's favorite video game character, Leonardo da Vinci, kept gameplay fresh. All of these changes were also connected to a beautifully realized Italian Renaissance era that introduced an all-time protagonist, Ezio Auditore da Firenze, and meaningful additions to the current-day story that brought the two time periods together in the wildest way possible. I mean, you fistfight the Pope only to have an otherworldly deity speak through Ezio to Desmond in the present day. It was an unforgettable ending to an entry that proved how incredible Assassin's Creed could be. Oh, and it's got one of the weirdest video game references of all time.
It's a me, Mario!
Assassin's Creed Odyssey takes Origin's combat style and a newfound focus on role-playing, adds some extra ingredients to the mix, then sets it all against the sprawling backdrop of ancient Greece, aflame with a war between Athens and Sparta. It's an enormous, vibrant game with some of the most stunning vistas we've seen in the series, both at land and sea. Naval warfare returns here, and it's wonderful. The new spin on Assassin's Creed's notoriety system sees you hunted across these environments in a series of cat-and-mouse chases that are the most tense in any AC game to date, while the nation struggle system sees you fighting large-scale battles in the name of Athens or Sparta. It's also got a relatively compelling story for a game that can take 60-odd hours to beat, with some eccentric side quests fronted by a genuinely charismatic protagonist, whether you play as Alexios or Cassandra. Even after you finish Odyssey, there's still so much to plunder and discover, and it's a delight to simply exist in its world. Origins marked a turning point in the series. It was the game that turned Assassin's Creed from a stealth-focused action RPG into a straight-up open-world RPG with a size and scope rivaled only by very few games. But even setting the historical significance of Assassin's Creed Origins aside, it's important to note that it's just a damn good Assassin's Creed game. Its central story involving Bayek and Aya, who initially set out to find justice for their murdered son, and ultimately wind up founding the order that would eventually become the Assassin's Brotherhood, is extremely compelling. The world of ancient Egypt is a marvel to explore, and while many facets of its mechanics were improved in later games, the shift to loot-based progression and a more action RPG style of combat was just the kind of shot in the arm that the series needed to reinvigorate it in the eyes of fans. After a long run of assassin protagonists, Black Flag tried something different, introducing us to a main character who was a pirate first and an assassin second, and the ensuing adventure thrived because of it. It introduced a massively entertaining sandbox playground in the Caribbean, featuring a plethora of islands teeming with treasure and activities to embark upon, and an upgrade system that made the idea of hunting wild animals and harpooning something other than a chore. Instead of relegating the idea of sailing as means to an end, it built upon the framework of Assassin's Creed 3's naval combat to make nautical adventures the shining point of Black Flag. Whether it was hunting the hapless merchant ships or bracing against some of the toughest buccaneers ever to sail the seas, attacking other ships cemented itself as something too good to pass up anytime one floated by on screen. Aided by its impressive seamless transition from land to sea, it allowed the freedom of choice for players to either sail circles around enemy ships while blasting them to pieces, or ramming head-on to leap onto the enemy ship before unloading a brace of pistols like a whirling dervish. Not only did Black Flag cement itself as one of the greatest in the series, it's easily become one of the best pirate games to immerse yourself in as well. And there you have it. Those are IGN's top Assassin's Creed games. Disagree with the ranking? Think another entry should have been on the list? Let us know your favorite Assassin's Creed in the comments. And if you're looking for more top 10s, check out our list of the best PlayStation exclusives and the best Xbox exclusives. And for everything else in the world of Assassin's Creed, stick with IGN.
As the last planned expansion in Assassin's Creed Valhalla's Season Pass, the Siege of Paris feels like the series going out with more of a whisper than a shout. New and interesting activities are in short supply, while content that is functionally identical to the rest of the main game flows like wine. And even the return of the fan-favorite, more open-ended assassination missions and strong character performances can't save the story from feeling run-of-the-mill at best. As with the previous expansion, 2 new visitors to Ravensthorpe come with the intention to butter Eivor up and convince them to sail to a faraway land and solve their problems. After a little wining and dining, Tolk and Pierre, charming representatives of the Elgring clan, succeed in commissioning the Wolf-Kiss to ship off to Francia and help their plight against the Mad King, Charles the Fat. 9th century France's visuals don't immediately shock in the same way that Ireland did in Wrath of the Druids. The rolling grassy hills and glassy rivers look almost identical to much of England from the base adventure. Where Ireland's color palette and geography felt like you were entering an old and mysteriously untamed place, Francia's wildlands felt disappointingly simple. Simple can still be beautiful, of course, but if you put a location from Francia side by side with one of the regions in the middle of England, I'd be hard-pressed to tell you the difference. The general flow of quests and side activities in Siege of Paris was also disappointingly familiar. Every location had the same menu of things to do, kill, and discover, all playing out the same way they always have. More of the same can be entertaining, but Francia is missing the flourish that Ireland had in this regard. Rebel missions, the expansion's new activity, are shallower versions of the same find this, kill that quests too, just shortened significantly and featuring AI-controlled rebels to help you complete your tasks. You can grind through these events pretty quickly to upgrade your rebels or purchase new armor and runes, but none of its rewards or compelling reasons to do so outside of compulsive box checking. The already solid combat of Valhalla has at least been given a little bit more life with the addition of a new weapon type, the Scythe. They're great for mobs of enemies and single targets alike, and can be surprisingly fun to whirl around the battlefield. Dueling against the new enemy type, the heavy cavalry, is less fun. These mounted Frankish knights absorb tons of damage, have massive reach, and are immune to many of the movement and displacement abilities you have that make combat so enjoyable in the first place. They provide a bit of new challenge at the cost of added frustration.
You want me to join your side against these Franks?
There is no side.
There was only blood debt, and vengeance, and Helheim for those I split with my axe.
The story itself isn't going to blow any minds by the end of its 10-hour runtime. The conflict between Norwegian Vikings colonizing a foreign land and the local tyrannical monarch using ruthless tactics to stop them is pretty similar to many of the other stories told in Valhalla so far. The interesting wrinkle of the Catholic Church being subverted by radical cultists is a subplot that is teased, but it goes unresolved by the end.
Let us pray.
That said, some excellent performances from key characters like King Charles and Count Odo really elevate the simple story of a plucky rebellion versus a powerful tyrant.
What would you do?
Charles's presence specifically fills every scene he's in with a profound cloud of tension that makes you feel very worried about anyone else sharing a space with him. He's the most memorable Assassin's Creed villain in many years.
Devils, a scourge I am called to cleanse.
There's also a plague raging through Francia, but it doesn't loom very large over the proceedings. It's mostly notable when you encounter rat swarms in the sewers of Paris and surrounding ruins. These swarms are lethal if not dealt with, but the process of dealing with them is annoying. Attacks can chase them off but not damage them, so unless you shepherd them into sewer grates and block them off, they will pester you to death. Thankfully, they're an infrequent encounter. The main story missions also feature a handful of infiltrations, open-ended assassination tasks retooled from Assassin's Creed Unity's black box missions. These are welcome additions to the formula, adding multiple avenues of progress to your target and the freedom to complete missions the way you want to. They offer some hard-to-miss prompts to get you started before branching into various opportunities to gain intel and find shortcuts that you wouldn't get otherwise. Infiltrations also often result in particularly brutal cinematic assassinations if you follow all the leads correctly. It's not quite Hitman levels of freedom, but the relative openness is a much-needed callback to the series' history. Even with the satisfying creative freedom of its infiltrations and the brisk bite that sides add to combat, the Siege of Paris doesn't feel like an essential addition to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Its story provides a truly memorable menace in King Charles, but otherwise doesn't stand out much from what we've already seen, substituting Breton soldiers with Frankish ones. Valhalla, of course, remains fun on its own merits, but the base adventure already has Mjolnir's weight in nearly identical content. For more Viking action, you can check out our reviews of Tribes of Midgard or Assassin's Creed Valhalla's previous DLC, Wrath of the Druids, and for everything else, you're already in the right spot, IGN.
In November 2020, we released Assassin's Creed Valhalla. To our delight, it was the biggest launch for any Assassin's Creed game to date, and we have you to thank for that. Becoming Eivor, a Viking leader going on a quest to fight for a new home, is an adventure that resonated closely with many of you. I certainly had fun exploring England with Eivor and stumbling across unique world events that left me with memorable side stories. We're amazed to see how you dedicated yourselves to the Viking lifestyle. You've led more than 300 million raids in total, and built more than 100 million buildings in your settlements. Congrats. Eivor still has a long journey ahead, and we've been continuing to offer free updates for all players to enjoy post-launch. These updates include time-limited festivals, new quests, and even whole new game modes, such as the River Raids update and the Mastery Challenge. We add in community-requested tweaks and features too. For instance, we'll be adding one-handed swords in the coming weeks. The team is also working hard at tackling issues and improving the game experience for everyone. We've been tracking various known issues on our forums, and also shared our complex bug-fixing process in a recent dev blog. We love seeing your continual feedback, and we thank you for your patience and support for the game. On top of regular free updates, we're also building on Eivor's story and the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla through game expansions. Wrath of the Druids released a few weeks ago, allowing players to explore Ireland and battle a mysterious cult, the Children of Danu. In our second upcoming expansion, you'll get to relive the Siege of Paris. This is the most ambitious battle in Viking history, taking place in war-torn Francia. You'll have to do everything in your power to uncover enemy secrets and form strategic alliances in order to safeguard your clan's future. Players may be excited to learn that black box infiltration missions are returning. This means you're given a goal for a mission, but how you'll achieve it is up to you. Expect new abilities, weapons, gear, and of course, new enemies. Watch out for the Siege of Paris coming this summer. Assassin's Creed has long focused on the exploration of history, and we are happy to announce that the new Discovery Tour will be released this fall. It will be free to all who own Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Explore the world and take a deeper dive into the history of the Viking Age. The team has crafted a new experience where you'll get to play as people during the time of Vikings and follow them in their endeavors, big and small, while collecting exclusive rewards. Whether you're an Assassin's Creed fan with a heart for history or a student looking to supplement your knowledge, the Discovery Tour Viking Age will have you covered. Assassin's Creed Valhalla doesn't stop here. For the first time on an Assassin's Creed title, we'll be supporting the game well into its second year. While this year will be a very active year for the game, we're already working on more expansions for next year. Something tells me that Eivor is not done with Odin yet.
Returning to Assassin's Creed Valhalla's vast world can feel daunting after months away, especially if you didn't 100% it and left much still to do. But fear not, you should feel no need to complete it all before jumping into Wrath of the Druids, the new expansion that brings Eivor to the rolling hills of Ireland. Its content is available early in the campaign and is even worth putting ahead of most of the other side quests that fill out the world. The adventuring and combat is mostly more of the same, but its new twisting tale of politics and mysticism really stands out among the best storytelling in the series. You know you're headed for a new DLC area when a new guest suspiciously arrives at the docks of Ravensthorpe with summons from a cousin who has managed to become king of one of the various warring territories of Ireland and is in desperate need of help. Eivor doesn't need much convincing after possible trade routes and riches for her clan are mentioned, but not enough time is spent making this feel smoothly integrated as a necessary next step, rather than an obvious way to access a new area that was added after the fact. Touring through Ireland itself is beautiful. After riding through the countryside over emerald hills and long sheer cliff faces, the mix of rocky hillside and colorful plains stand out starkly from England and Norway. Postcard-worthy standing stones and castles overlooking oceans add that signature stalwart ruggedness that tourists have come to identify as part of the landscape's charm. However, the great majority of Wrath of the Druids quests follow a pattern that's rigidly similar to those in vanilla Valhalla. Go find this place, take a thing from that place, and/or kill everyone in that place. Ubisoft didn't necessarily need to reinvent the huge game it created just for its DLC, but the main story quest of Wrath of the Druids still leans too heavily on recycled conquest and exploration activities we saw too much of in the main game already. The story, on the other hand, is consistently engaging throughout its roughly 10 hours playtime. The political tension of Ireland's High King Flan's attempt to unify the country is interlaced with the cultural boiling point that the several religious factions have come to.
I've an army and reputation to reclaim. The second may prove harder than the first.
Strong and charming voice performances, paired with solid character arcs full of twists and consequences, all help make the story's heavy tone more approachable. In the background, Wrath of the Druids breaks down the nuances of Christianity's slow assimilation of the region and depicts the desperate acts that the indigenous pagan people resort to when faced with the potential extinction of their ways. More so than any time in the original story, the existential dread of the conquered people felt relatable and palatable. As you get to the heart of this matter, you learn that a radicalized group of druids, the Children of Danu, have committed themselves to preserving the old ways through violence, manipulation, and deceit, and they represent this expansion's most significant improvement to Valhalla. Mechanically, they're simply another Order of the Ancients, a list of names to investigate, hunt down, and kill. The revitalizing twist on the concept, though, is that Wrath of the Druids makes these targets a far greater focus than the main campaign, in that many of the later quests require you to actively engage with the system to progress to important story events. The whole experience is better for it. Druids that serve the children make combat a bit more interesting, to say the least. Thanks to their hallucinogenic gas, Eivor believes they have magical powers, and so for all intents and purposes, they do. It's refreshing and exciting to face a new class of foe, especially when most of the run-of-the-mill slaughter feels unsatisfyingly samey next to an already massive game full of those fights. As you'd expect from any Assassin's Creed expansion, Wrath of the Druids contains a handful of new armor sets and weapons to find, creatures to hunt, and combat challenges to face as optional side missions. You probably won't find a ton of keepers if you've already completed the campaign, but a few pieces of armor did look particularly badass. The most elaborate and useful new activity involves establishing trade posts across Ireland. Each post passively generates a new type of resource that can be used to trade for gear and renown at the Overseas Trading HQ. Like many of Valhalla's side activities, the mileage that you get from it is directly related to how valuable you find the completionist pursuit of making sure that everything that can be yours is yours. Exploration, pillaging, and king-making is still largely satisfying in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Wrath of the Druids, but the new Irish setting adds only a few genuinely fresh takes on the process and a handful of new and interesting fights. An expansion that largely adds more of the same activities to a massive game already bloated with them without attempting real shakeups risks feeling inessential. Instead, Wrath of the Druids' storytelling is its strongest feature, as both its main tale and side quests are bolstered by nuanced writing and clever characters that capture the many complexities of the Irish political landscape. For more, check out our review of Assassin's Creed Valhalla and our list of the best tips and tricks, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Hi, I'm Melissa Choi, community developer on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I'm happy to introduce you to our new seasonal content free for all players, River Raids. River Raids is a new replayable game mode that builds upon the raiding mechanics of AC Valhalla by allowing you to expand your raiding network, explore new regions of England, and access new loot and rewards. It all starts in Ravensthorpe, your home, where you will meet with Vaughn, a fellow Vikinger and a new ally. Building a dock for Vaughn and his crew will give you access to Vaughn's river map and a second longship fully customizable, used exclusively to launch your river raids. While exploring these new rivers, you will encounter different locations to raid. Villages, monasteries, and military camps, each offering their own unique challenges and opportunities. But choose your targets wisely, as each location you raid will alert local forces, increasing their presence and resistance further down the river and on your next visit. Your crew of Jomsviking are essential to a successful river raid, so keep an eye on their rations. They're fierce raiders, but if you don't revive them, they will be out of action for the rest of the raid and will need time to recover in Ravensthorpe. The stakes are high in river raids. If you desync, you will lose all loot gained in the run, so sharpen your axe and play smart. Successful river raids will yield rare supplies used to build the Jomsviking Hall, a new building that can be upgraded to recruit even stronger Jomsviking to fight alongside you in the raids to come. You can also use these supplies to upgrade your longship's cargo capacity and unlock new customization options for both longships at Vaughn's shop. We hope you'll enjoy the River Raids update when it comes to all players for free on February 16th.
What's up guys, Until Tomorrow here in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, showing you how to unlock the Excalibur Greatsword. By far the most recognizable mythical sword, Excalibur can only be wielded by the most dedicated warrior. Unlocking this greatsword will take you all over England to recover 11 mysterious tablets, but don't worry, I got you covered. These mysterious tablets are hidden in caverns and carried by some of the zealots that roam England. Our first cavern is Grimes Graves in East Anglia. You visit this cavern as part of the pre-order Beowulf quest line, but you can come here whenever you like. This path is mostly linear until you reach the circular room with a cursed symbol in the center. You'll need to grab a key in this room to open a door and then continue further along until you reach the tablet.
The reek.
As I mentioned before, some of the Order of the Ancient Zealots also carry these tablets. Woden is one of them, and you can find him roaming Kent. Defeat him and confirm your kill to receive a mysterious tablet. And since we're already in Kent, we might as well take on the Cavern of Trials. You need to collect a couple of keys to progress through this cavern. However, you visit the Cavern of Trials during the Going Deeper main story quest, so you may have already grabbed some of these keys when you were here like I did without realizing it. Our first key is pretty simple. As you jump across these ledges, make sure to grab the key dangling from the chain before continuing forward. You'll eventually enter this large area, and you want to move around the room clockwise to visit each section of the cavern and grab the corresponding key from each of these areas. The next section of the cavern is a linear corridor which will eventually open to a larger room with another simple to grab key dangling from a chain. You'll then want to return to the large area that we started in to move on to the next section of this cavern. This next section requires you to use your bow to clear out obstacles and eventually reach a ladder. It's at the top of this ladder that you'll find yet another dangling key to grab. After making it past all the locked doors, you will come to a pretty slow rock puzzle. All you need to do is move the various rocks into positions where you can climb them and then jump over the stalagmites to reach the next area. Continue doing this until you make it to the mysterious tablet.
Artifact.
Our next zealot is Hike, who can be found roaming Essex. Again, defeat her and confirm your kill to receive another mysterious tablet. While in Essex, let's visit the old cellar for our next mysterious tablet. This cavern is linear with only one path forward. Continue along it until you reach a room that actually looks like an old cellar.
Another vessel. This looks like an old cellar. The air reeks of stale wine. Are those barrels still full?
In this room, the objective is to break open enough barrels of wine to flood the grate in the center of the room. This will lift the mysterious tablet up, allowing you to grab it. You only need to open 8 barrels of wine by shooting the corks off of them with your bow.
The wine has filled the shaft bearing my prize with it. I should be able to reach it now. A shaft. I can see something at the bottom, but it's out of my reach. A drinking horn. It looks valuable. A good find, I think.
Our next zealot is Hrothgar, who can be found roaming Sussex. Again, defeat the zealot and confirm your kill to receive the mysterious tablet. While in Sussex, let's visit the Senlac mine. Again, this is another cavern that is linear, so just follow the path I take and you'll get to your mysterious tablet in no time. But first, make sure you destroy the breakable wall blocking the entrance to actually get in here.
Another battle. Serve some purpose.
Now we'll head north to Nottinghamshire to explore the Diarabi Spar Cavern. As you make your way inside, you should immediately see a table with opal and a key for you to grab. This key is used on the door in this room to advance forward.
To unravel.
The next area requires some simple parkouring to traverse the area and jump from the various statues to reach the other side. You'll find a chest to loot and your mysterious tablet waiting for you. Continuing up north, we will next explore the Wiccan's Cave in Jorvikshire. You visit this cave as part of the Honor Has Two Edges main story quest, and you may have grabbed this during the quest like I did, but if not, you can always return to this cave to grab it. After breaking the ice wall, head through and you'll get to what is normally a locked door, but like I said, since I already came through here, it's unlocked for me. To unlock it, head to the right and defeat all the rooster's hair, then clear out the boxes and use your bow to shoot the oil jars on the other side. Then go to the opposite side of the room where you'll need to fight some boars, defeat them, and then look through the hole in the wall to shoot the lock off of the door. Head inside and collect your mysterious tablet. Our final two caverns are located in Hamptonshire, the first being the Red Lichen Cavern. This is yet another linear cavern, however deeper inside you will find poison clouds. You can throw your torch at them to burn them away and clear the area before passing through. Keep moving forward and you'll find your mysterious tablet.
And they have left me a challenge.
looks like a trap.
Moving further north in Hamptonshire, our final mysterious tablet is located in Wookie. Head inside and you'll find the cavern is full of water. Use the boat or swim through to the next area. There will be a chest to loot to your left, however to continue forward you want to climb the rocks to the right and continue moving upward. The tablet is located in an oil-soaked room with many oil jars around. Shoot the furthest ones from you and then run back out of the room. Wait for the fire to dissipate and go back inside to grab your last mysterious tablet.
Artifact.
With all 11 mysterious tablets collected, it's time to travel to Mirden's Cave, north of Stonehenge in Hamptonshire. Head through this cave until you reach a large pool of water that you'll need to jump into and swim underwater to a new area. Continue forward, jumping across the Isu architecture until you reach the center of the room where Excalibur awaits.
Immense. Stone pillars with holes at their base.
But you can't grab it just yet. You first need to interact with each of the 11 pillars surrounding it to place each tablet within them, thus unlocking Excalibur. In addition to wielding Excalibur, you will also receive an achievement or trophy for your hard work.
Are you the sword the Britons call Excalibur?
Thank you for joining me, and remember to check out the IGN Wiki for all your Assassin's Creed Valhalla needs. What's up guys, Until Tomorrow here in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, showing you how to unlock Thor's hammer Mjolnir. The God of Thunder's weapon is easily the strongest hammer in the game, but before you can wield it, you need to unlock the entirety of Thor's armor set, so let's do this. To start, we need to defeat the 3 daughters of Larian, with the first being the level 90 Goneril in Grantebridgeshire. As you enter the area, you'll need to interact with a desecrated body to start up a cutscene and begin the fight. Goneril is the easiest of the 3 daughters, but by no means is she a pushover. She uses dual blades and attacks quickly, including an unblockable leaping attack to close distance. Be cautious, as Goneril will spawn in a phantom of herself that mimics her attacks, but she doesn't utilize this move as frequently as her sisters do. We recommend using a long-reaching heavy weapon or dual-wielding 2 of them, and using the Brush with Death skill to slow time after you dodge to deal lots of damage very quickly. With her defeated, you'll unlock Thor's breeches and Goneril's dagger, which we will use later. Next, we need to defeat Regan in East Anglia. She is level 160 and immediately poses a bigger challenge than Goneril. Enter the area and interact with the desecrated body to trigger the cutscene and the fight. Regan utilizes many of the same moves as Goneril, including the use of dual daggers, but once she hits half health, back away to avoid her blast as she unleashes her second phase. Regan will be trailed by fire and will attack much more frequently with a fire phantom that mimics her moves and hurts a lot. But the strategy remains the same as Goneril. Keep your distance and use your Brush with Death skill when you can to deal loads of damage. With her defeated, you'll unlock Thor's battle plate and Regan's dagger, which we will use later on. Our final daughter to defeat is Cordelia in East Anglia. She is level 340 and massively overpowered no matter how leveled you may be. Enter her area and interact with the desecrated body to start the cutscene and begin the fight. Cordelia is a much different fight than the last 2. She has the ability to teleport away from you and launch phantoms at you so quickly that it's almost impossible to dodge them all, but I believe in you. Do your best to close down distance and get hits in when you can, but remain cautious. At half health, her second phase will begin. She will rain lightning down on the battlefield and increase her phantom attacks. Also at this point, you will only be able to get in 2 to 3 hits before she automatically breaks any stun lock and hits you with an unblockable attack. Again, utilize your Brush with Death skill and take this fight slowly, being opportunistic with your attacks, and eventually you'll take her down. With her defeated, you'll unlock Thor's gauntlets and Cordelia's dagger, which we can now use since we have all 3 daggers from the Daughters of Larian. With all 3 daggers, head to this location on the eastern edge of East Anglia. You will find a church here with a smaller shed behind it. Head down the ladder inside of this shed and follow the path looting along the way until you reach a statue. Interact with it 3 times to insert all 3 daggers into its back and destroy it, revealing a path that goes even further down. Head down this path until you come to a larger open room, and at the end of that room is going to be a chest. Inside of that chest will be Thor's helmet. Collecting it will earn you an achievement or trophy.
The king's fortune. Got it.
Our final step before unlocking Mjolnir is to eliminate all of the Order of the Ancient members and return their medallions to Hytham in Ravensthorpe to unlock Thor's cape.
You'll find King Alfred's among them.
King Alfred? Did our poor fellow soldier lead you to his hiding place?
With Thor's full armor set equipped, head to Hortifalk in the northern part of Norway, and you should find a massive crevice in this area. At the far end will be Thor's hammer. You can visit this area without his armor set and look at Mjolnir, but you can't actually interact with it without his armor set equipped. This will unlock another achievement or trophy for wielding Mjolnir. So thank you all for joining me, and remember to check out the IGN Wiki for all your Assassin's Creed Valhalla needs.
The cult of Kosmos in Assassin's Creed Odyssey is hidden throughout all of Greece, pulling at the strings of the war between Athens and Sparta. Taking them out removes their influence from the citizens of Greece, and also rewards you with sets of legendary gear. However, finding all the cultists can prove difficult. Here are 5 tips to help you with your hunt against the cult of Kosmos. You unlock the cultist submenu after completing the mission, The Serpent's Lair. This is a relatively early mission, which means that your character may not be up to the challenge of most of the cult members at your current level.
If this is the case, you can keep making meaningful cultist progress by continuing the main story, as there are many cultists that are only available to take out through main quest missions. To hunt and track each cult member, you first need to unmask them. Each cultist operates out of different locations and can be revealed through different means. You can unmask them by looting certain chests, doing enough side missions in a given area, taking down mercenaries, or completing side quests and main quests. Inspect each cultist to learn more about how to expose them. For example, to find the first cultist of the Peloponnesian League, read the clue that tells you to loot a nation chest in the middle of a fort in Locris. After finding the location and opening the chest, it is revealed that Skylax the Fair is our target, and is currently the nation leader in a nearby region to the east. You can now mark, track, and kill Skylax. Just don't forget to confirm the kill. Killing a cultist can leave you at a dead end with no new clues about who to track down next within their branch of the cult. If this happens, pivot to any other known cultists on your board. Some other cultists, when killed, will provide information to you about your next target, leading to a string of revealed cultists, one after the other. If you've done this and have no more leads for new targets, head back to the main quest, where you will certainly uncover more people to track down. If you're finding yourself overwhelmed by your target and their goons, don't be afraid to gear up and come back with new equipment or abilities. This is a good time to mention that killing each cult member will reward you with legendary equipment that is part of a set. Use this to your advantage to take out higher level cultists. Each branch of the cult is led by a sage. Each sage will only be revealed when their branch has been entirely dispatched, but they are all level 50 enemies, which is a much higher level than most other cultists. As such, you may need to come back later once you are strong enough to defeat them. Once killed, the sage will drop a legendary weapon that will complete the equipment set from that branch of the cult. Use these to your advantage to take out the other sages. If you take out all the sages, you can finally determine the identity of the Ghost of Kosmos, the shadowy leader of the cult. You will have a number of options for dealing with them when you go to take them out, so be prepared. Need help finding a specific cultist? Check out our IGN wiki page for a complete guide for the Cult of Kosmos. And for everything else Assassin's Creed, you're already in the right place, IGN. Assassin's Creed Odyssey allows players to make dialogue choices for the first time in the franchise's history. While this lets you mold and shape your own adventure, you might wish you had made different choices by the time you get to the end of the game. Here's how to get the best ending for the main storyline in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And, fair warning, this video will have massive spoilers for pivotal moments in the main campaign of the game. In the quest, The Wolf of Sparta, Alexios or Cassandra will come face to face with their long-lost father.
Tell me your name, hero, so that I may greet you as a true warrior.
Choose the option to spare him so that he can reappear later on. If you decide to kill him, this will initiate a fight with Stentor, however he won't be killed in the fight. When Nikolaos turns up again in the Painted Red quest, be kind to him and tell him to go to Stentor if you want him to be around for the ending. In Ashes to Ashes, you must choose between saving a baby from a fire or going after Chrysis. If you do not save the baby, you won't be able to finish the game with the best outcome. Saving the baby means the cultist will escape, but you can take her down in the side quest called Death Comes For Us All in Argolis. At the end of A Bloody Feast, when talking to your mother, choose the I'll bring Deimos back option.
Bring him back? We have our home again. We can be a family. It isn't too late.
I'll bring him back, no matter what.
Later on, after fighting Deimos in the Battle of Pylos, select the Hold On dialogue option.
Finally reunited, only to lose each other again!
When talking to Deimos afterwards, you must convince Deimos that the cult is manipulating them.
I told you to stay out of my way, yet here you are.
Do this by selecting these dialogue options. We didn't abandon you.
Abandoned you? Is that what you call it?
Our mother searched for you.
Mater went after you.
What do you mean, after me?
You then have a couple of options here. Choose either she thought you were dead,
She brought you to a priest to be healed.
followed by I was thrown off too,
Listen, after you and the Elder fell,
They threw me off Mount Taietos too.
Or, the cult targeted our family, followed by, the cult wants to destroy our family. You will know you have succeeded if Deimos says, "I am not your puppet," to Cleon at the end of the conversation.
This was not your action to take, boy.
I am not your puppet.
Finally, when you arrive at where it all began, Deimos will be on the mountaintop, upset and ready for a fight.
Was that before or after you brought me to this mountain to die?
Continue to choose passive or truthful dialogue choices and convince Deimos that the cult was using them when the topic comes up.
You are just a tool used by the cult.
My destiny is clear. And I won't let you get in my way.
Refuse to fight, and that should be it. A family reunited.
This belonged to our grandfather.
These are only a handful of the choices you can make in Odyssey, so if you need help with other quests or collectibles, head to our Assassin's Creed Odyssey wiki guide, and for everything else Assassin's Creed, you're already in the right place. IGN.
That's an excuse for the week.
The Assassin's Creed series has long been inspired by real-life historical events, and Origins is no different. For those prepared to take a leap of faith into the hay bale of history, here's what was happening in ancient Egypt over 2 millennia ago, during the time that Bayek would have embarked on his adventures. In the era that Assassin's Creed Origins is set, ancient Egypt had already existed for a staggering 3,000 years. Its rich Egyptian culture supported a well-established Greek presence thanks to Alexander the Great's influence on the region some 300 years prior to Origins' chosen time period. He established the Ptolemaic kingdom that would rule over the country for the 3 centuries following his death, and founded a settlement there that would go on to become the great city of Alexandria. Ancient Egypt has been faithfully rebuilt in the game, from the Royal Library to the Great Lighthouse. A team of in-house historians and Egyptologists worked with the developers to bring iconic landmarks to life, including the renowned French archaeologist Jean-Claude Gaulvin. According to the Guardian newspaper, he created 19 accurate paintings for the game, like this reconstruction of the Giza Plateau. The pyramids themselves have been recreated in painstaking detail to nearly 100% accuracy. Almost every real-life passage, chamber, and tomb has been depicted, with some additional hidden chambers added for the purposes of infusing Assassin's Creed lore without writing over history. Learn the layout of the Pyramid of Giza in-game, and you should, theoretically, be able to navigate the tombs in real life. You'll be able to further this knowledge and pick up tips on the likes of the mummification process and more by engaging with the Discovery Tours. These are combat-free guided tours curated by some of the Egyptologists and historians embedded within the development team. But it's not just structures that interested Ubisoft. Their research on ancient Egypt led them to discover real people living at the time with kooky and unique stories.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Game director Ashraf Ishmael told Games Master magazine about one particular scribe who lived in the north of Egypt. He obsessed over beer so much that he wrote papyrus after papyrus on its value and effect throughout his life. Ubisoft made him into a character you can meet in the game as part of a side quest. Historical authenticity even extends to the in-game language. While cutscenes are in English, the dialect spoken by crowds was created by linguists, academics, and Egyptologists, since no one actually knows what ancient Egyptian was or sounded like. Actors with Arabic, Hebraic, and African backgrounds were then cast to bring the language to life. If you're more interested in combat, Bayek's position as one of the Nubian order of warriors known as the Magi gives him access to numerous weapons appropriate for the time period, including a huge collection of bows with varied functions and uses. Some of the methods for firing these bows were recreated using research material from the period, like this ancient technique where Bayek stores his next 3 arrows in his draw hand rather than his quiver, which developers discovered through examining ancient Egyptian carvings of warriors. Bayek will also become embroiled in some of the great political drama that was transpiring at the time, as Egypt was subjugated to increasing pressure from the mighty Roman Republic to fall under its command. And to Cleopatra, the real-life legend whose reign helped a failing Egypt prosper once more. After the death of her father, Cleopatra ruled for a time alongside her brother Ptolemy XIII. Their relationship was a tumultuous one. Conflict between the pair led Cleopatra to assume sole rule, but she was later overthrown and fled into exile while her brother assumed regency. Origin's take on this has Ptolemy being assisted by the mysterious order of the ancients to banish his sister, an order that Bayek will come into conflict with and that has its own agenda for supporting the cause of Cleopatra's brother. As the grand historical events of the time play out, Bayek will witness some of these events taking place, including the fateful first meeting of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra, along with the Great Siege of Alexandria. As his personal journey is impacted by wider machinations, Bayek will play a hand in returning the great female pharaoh to the throne, working against the mysterious order of the ancients and establishing his own place in Assassin's Creed history. For more on Assassin's Creed Origins, check out 9 new things it's introducing to the series, or this Let's Play showing its stealth and combat in action.
This must have been built centuries upon centuries ago. Up there. Light. This wall. I see you have made new friends.
They were setting up an ambush. It's a good thing I came to welcome you, huh? Ah! It's been months. Look at that beard, huh?
It's been nearly a year, my friend.
Feels good to get out and fight. I am out of practice. In Siwa, everyone defers to the soldiers on pain of death, or worse.
I've killed one of the masked ones. The Heron.
4 more. Come. It has been a long road. You need rest?
No. No rest. Not until all the masked one's guts lie baking in the sand.
Gods, I have missed you. Where is your mount?
Ah. There you are, boy.
Let us go, Senny.
How have you been holding up since I left?
It has been difficult, Bayek. Without you, the villagers look to me to keep order. But the soldiers have set up a garrison, and they rule over all.
A garrison in Siwa?
Ptolemy wants the entire region kept on the hill. I do my best to keep the villagers out of trouble. I could use your help.
I'll do what I can. But do not forget, I have my own justice to pursue.
I knew I could count on you, Senny.
What happened here?
The garrison soldiers are brutal. If they suspect a villager is lying to them, they burn his neighborhood. And worse. Welcome home, Bayek. Siwa has missed you.
Oh, all you have. Your farms, your goods, your children.
The villagers are drained of life.
No one in the Wahat could make a move without being questioned, threatened, taxed, or beaten. We all have learned to obey and keep our heads down. Good.
Hepzibah!
What is it?
Soldiers are coming for you!
Go. Come, quickly.
Make certain no one gets out of the house alive. Hepzibah! We're just here to talk! Nomag Rujek's been killed! Your friend the Magi may have been involved! Come out, if you wish to clear his name! Prepare an ambush.
Neck! They will find my letters and burn down my place. I will be executed.
Don't worry. I will take care of this.
Watch out!
What's that? Who's there?
Keep low. He is getting too close.
What? Now for the rest of them.
Hepzibah! There's nothing to fear.
Hey! Who's going to be surprised? By order of the royal court, all villages are required to come.
Your life ends now.
I have the master.
Hello! Over here! I can hit the target!
Here, Katya.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla's third major expansion, Dawn of Ragnarok, is available now. In Dawn of Ragnarok, Eivor must embrace their destiny as Odin. But how does Dawn of Ragnarok interpret and expand on the Norse myth it's based on? We got a Norse expert, Armin Jakobsen, to react to everything from the new Odin powers to new characters and even the brand new setting of Svartalheim coming in this expansion. Presented by Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Dawn of Ragnarok.
I'm Armin Jakobsen, and I'm professor at University of Iceland in medieval Icelandic literature. I've been asked to look at some video clips from the game Dawn of Ragnarok, so I'm gonna begin. You can see Odin clearly, a rather young and vigorous version of Odin. He's often presented as an old man, but here he's quite young and vigorous, and he seems to be collecting the dead from a battlefield. This is one of his roles, according to Snorri Edda, although it's said that the Valkyries do it for him, so we don't know if he actually does it himself. And here he has changed shape, which is also one of his attributes. The animals they change into are birds, for example, so we have narratives about that. Norse mythology is attested in post-pagan sources from the High Middle Ages, but Odin clearly had a function for 1,000 years before that. So we don't know how accurate the representations are, but in these high medieval sources he has become the main god, kind of a Zeus figure of the gods. So he's the father of the gods. He has noteworthy attributes such as the one eye, and this is how I immediately recognized him, and this is how he is always recognized in some of the sources. I kind of like this younger, vigorous Odin because many of the narratives about him do not suggest that he's particularly old, and definitely not frail. Here we see various deities. There's one that looks very good looking, so that possibly Baldur. We don't know his origins in the mythology. He's reminded scholars quite of Christ. And also his main function in the narrative is to die. People see a connection with Christ in that. And Baldur is known to be the fairest god, a son of Odin, but he doesn't do much. He goes to Hell, which is kind of a place who is descended from Loki himself. People who die natural death or accidental death go to her. And this is very clever of Loki, that he doesn't kill Baldur himself. He gets somebody else to kill him who doesn't know what he's doing. Thus it's accidental, and thus he cannot go to Valhalla but goes to Hell instead. They try to make a bargain with her to get him out, but that fails, and it's again Loki's machinations that ruin everything. Surtur has a role because he seems to storm the known world in the apocalypse and the old twilight of the gods. He's quite large in that picture, and possibly he is, but it is unclear, and all dimensions are extremely unclear in the Edda. They were not good at telling us the dimensions in that age. He's a nebulous figure, like he doesn't appear much in narratives, but mostly connected with the apocalypse, the Ragnarok. He's described as somebody made out of fire, so this portrayal of him is very close to the sources. He's one of the forces who destroy the world eventually.
Uldar fell soon after Ivaldi did. Our mines and miners, any survivors now serve Glod.
Is that name meant to mean anything to me?
Glod is Surtur's bastard son, half Muspel, half Jotun. A nightmarish being, capable of tearing a dwarf in two.
The dwarves are not very prominent in the mythology, and they're not present in Icelandic folklore at all. So we have only like the Eddic dwarfs, and there are about 7 dwarfish characters in the Edda, and they have quite diverse roles. Some are carpenters, and this is something we often associate with dwarfs in our age, and not least because of Tolkien and his influence. It's kind of hard to make generalizations about dwarves given how few of them actually appear. There is another strain of dwarves that enters medieval Icelandic literature, and this is like the Romance strain, where dwarves have a clear function as supernatural helpers. And this is something that eventually we see in the fairy tales like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. There are 4 dwarfs that are said to hold the world up, so maybe they were quite significant. But here they're really threatened by this Claude character.
You get a chance, you kill him.
Giants in general, the Jötnar, they do have an important foundational role. Like they're supposed to be old, and that of course means they are knowledgeable, they have some kind of relationship with power, which is interesting. It's easy to use fantasy here because the sources don't really say that much. Whether they're giants or not, it seems clear, but clearly they're terrifying figures and associated, of course, with frost. Snorri begins with a very strange description of fire and frost and how they somehow combine to make the world. The elements in general are very threatening, and they still are. I think there's an idea that anyone connected strongly with the frost is bound to be you should be wary of them.
Why wouldn't I remember my own Valkyries?
It has been many ages since Odin, son of Bor, father of Thor, took his duties seriously. Instead, he frets about the future, tries to wriggle free of fate. That's what I hear.
Yeah, this is fun. Clearly this one is quite rebellious, but they're sort of connected with Odin. They're sort of his servants. Their main role is going to the battlefield, choosing the right warriors. Possibly they can fly. It's very natural to make them into fighters if that is done in this game. The relationship with war, with battle, is so clearly stated in all the sources. And yeah, I think it's possible that some of them might have been disruptive towards Odin. Death is very important, and death is in a way kind of a start. The servants of Odin who go to his kingdom to keep on fighting. That's what they do, they keep on fighting. Whatever, it doesn't seem very glamorous to us, but clearly that was seen as a very good thing to be able to fight forever. Odin has a very strong connection with ravens. Almost one of the first things that's mentioned about him is that he's served by 2 wolves and 2 ravens who give him tidings. Ravens are also mentioned very often in connection with battle. In the kennings, dead warriors are referred to as food of the raven. The raven is clearly seen as a very important mythological being, and in particular connected with Odin. Things that Odin represents, which is like death, battle, and possibly poetry, because ravens are so popular in kennings. Yeah, Odin is a raven god. He's called that. That's one of the names for Odin, is raven god. So I think it's good that he has the power of the raven in this game. A lot of the facts that are presented in the Snorri are about night and day, sun, moon, wind, all the elements. So they're clearly very interested in elements, and there's a strong tendency to connect the gods with the elements. The dead are seen as very hard to control, and even in the law codes of Norway and Iceland, it's spoken about resurrecting the dead as a particularly dangerous thing to do. Yeah, there is a whole Kraka scene where the dead seem to be fighting with the sorcerers. There seems to be a great fear of fiddling too much with death. The undead of Iceland are almost like the vampires in Eastern Europe, in that they can be very hostile and they can attack you physically. So there's reason to be scared of them. I've read a lot of the shapeshifting narratives and written about them, and it's so unclear what it is. What is shapeshifting? Do you turn into an actual animal? Or what do you do? Is it the mind? Is it the body? There are whole texts where it's entirely unclear whether an actual transformation into an animal is taking place, or if it's only partial, or if the mind changes at all, or if it's just the body. Things are left vague intentionally. So I think Odin as a shape-shifting god, I think this depiction is very much in line with how medieval authors saw him as somebody who would like always in fact be kind of disguised. If we regard him as a god, then he clearly is like representing the elements, and we have like also a family of snow people like King Snow and his daughter who's called Mjolnir, which means light snow. Jon Snow is not the first snow in European culture. So I think that that's something that exists. Like, what are these people, like giants, gods? That's often left quite vague. Yeah, this is an Atgeir, and it's most impressive. There is a famous Atgeir in Njálssaga, and this is possessed by Gunnar of Hlíðarenda. It's supposed to have been something like that. That's like a mixture of weapons. Gunnar killed the previous owner, who was a Viking, and took the Atgeir from him and uses it extremely efficiently in battle. He did have a spear called Gungnir, but I don't remember him ever wielding it. I think it's within the mythology. The dwarves are supposed to live in the Svartalfaheimur. Svartalfur means, though, black elf. Among the dwarf names of Snorri, there are several that are actually elf. A dwarf can be called an elf. So there seems to be no clear-cut distinction between the elves and the dwarves. Modern biology is full of classifications and categories of animals and beings where everyone is classified as one thing. But this is not necessarily the medieval mindset. So when a modern person goes back to the medieval era, they feel that whatever they meet must be either an elf or a dwarf, because we have two words and thus possibly species. The heathen religion existed in a very large area for a very long time, and it was never unified in the same way as Christianity eventually became. So that means it's possibly a fallacy to regard the pagan religion as any one thing. So you can very easily imagine that there are several beliefs about everything. I liked Odin. I felt he was quite interesting. The dwarves are possibly a bit traditional, like there's these traditions in dwarves and giants. They're not necessarily how they were visualized in the medieval ages. They're more like something that has become traditional through the ages. I thought the landscape was good. It reminded me a bit of Iceland. The green color reminded me a bit of Iceland. On the whole, I thought the imagery was quite impressive. That being said, I haven't really been playing computer games much. So, like, I remember the 80s computer games, and they've certainly evolved quite a lot. All of us are very happy for Old Norse being a part of this. And also, I think it's good to, in some way, go back to the medieval sources, because, like, Marvel has done its own thing with it, and that's not necessarily how things are in the older sources. I don't regard any medieval source as the truth about these gods. Like, they are full of contradictions, even within the same source. There's no picture, and I don't think we even should look for it, like the truth about how the pagan religion was, because I think it always was, quite diverse. Each region had its own version of these, and things like Odin were they traveled widely, so there must have been several Odins, I guess.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla Dawn of Ragnarok is available now on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, PC, Stadia, and Luna. For more experts reacting to cool stuff, keep it right here on IGN.
Hurry! We are nearly there.
Peace, Frick. It will do us no good to arrive at our enemy's doorstep exhausted.
Surtr has our son. Fair Baldur fallen to treachery. Does that mean anything to you?
It does, and Surtr will pay a heavy price for it. We do not serve our cause by reckless haste. The tyrant of Muspelheim acts with purpose, and I would know the web he weaves before I'm caught in it.
So speaks one who never nursed our babe at the breast, nor held him as he slept. You were warming your wife's bed while I nurtured your son.
You were only too keen to send him to my care, and Freya's, when the call of adventure became too great to resist. Now dampen your heart fire. Captive he may be, but there's nothing in the Nine Realms that can harm Balder.
There is one thing. Pick up your heels. Balder was too mighty to be captured by force. I sense Loki's hand in this.
As do I. Yet still the wretch refuses to confess. That is why he waits in fetters for our return. Chained by my own hand, as I chained his son.
As he has chained ours in turn.
If he is truly conspiring with Surtur, he will know my everlasting wrath.
Will he, Havi? Or will you forgive him once again, so he may wreak more misery upon us? You love your dear blood brother too well, when he has brought you nothing but pain.
We have brought each other pain.
Havi, look!
Burned. Their corpses left as food for the crows. A dark omen indeed.
Come. There is no time to waste on the dead.
We should have done more. We should have rallied the whole of Asgard when the Muspels invaded Svartalfheim.
And you should never have let our son come here.
He sought to prevent this war. Was that not a worthy goal? As for Asgard, the Builder's treachery was still fresh. We needed to rebuild, honor our dead. There was little appetite for further conflict.
I recall you said the same when Surtur invaded Alfheim. Now the elves are no more.
Now you dredge up ancient history?
You should have intervened, Lord of Asgard. Then and now. Instead, Surtur has grown too bold, and our son may be the cost of it.
Do not say so, Frigg. We will find him yet.
What have they done? The city lies in ruins.
This is worse than I thought. They've put this land to flame and sword.
Balder. He is nearby, Havi. I feel it.
You feel it?
The bond of mother and child. Something you will never understand. Now follow. Where is he? That way. Maybe this?
These buildings stand hollow. No one is here.
Then we have nothing to fear. There! Inside that house. He has been here. It is so faint.
Are you sure?
Can't you tell? Come. He must have gone this way. That building! Hurry!
I see no sign of Balder.
No, but the essence of him lingers. It is stronger here than before. Do not slow, Havi! We are on his trail!
If this instinct is true, let us follow it further.
Where are you, my son? If they have harmed a hair on your head...
Keep faith, Frigg. We'll find him safe. You'll see. This city broods beneath a cloak of uneasy silence. Where is the enemy?
Concern yourself only with our son. He is close. I feel it now. He was here. The smell of his skin, his hair. It's as if he left but a moment ago.
There may be other signs. Keep watch. I will look upstairs. What is this place? What happened here? Who wrote this? Was it you, dear brother?
Havi! They're here! The enemy is upon us!
This area spills.
Freak! I'm coming!
Where is my son, demon?
He waits at my master's pleasure. There. But maybe not so fair as you remember.
Bobby! More of them! Gorge your blade!
You will burn, Asgardians! Hey, what?
Meet your fate!
Hey, wait! We keep our wits above us!
Pop him in the key, Bobby!
And let no lackey of suitor stand in our way!
Kill the Aesir scum!
Bobby! Here they come!
You're mine.
These fiends are coming from
You will
everywhere!
never reach our master!
How many more must
This
we face?
city will be your tomb!
Pathetic!
Keep going! We are nearly there!
Look at your ass! Going! You're dead!
Baldur!
Avi. You came. As I knew you must. It's been too long since you and I crossed blades.
Then let's make this the final.
Don't worry, High One. Neither you nor I are fated to die today. And so it begins.
Each injury you have done, my son, you will feel them tenfold!
I feel nothing but your empty breath. Truly, dear friend, I will you falter, Lord of Asgard. You should never have come to my hall.
I will close your mouth of steel!
Assassin's Creed is all about giving players the thrill of leaping into history and reliving pivotal moments of our past. It has already been 15 years since Altair and the first Assassin's Creed game welcomed you to the Brotherhood in 2007. Today marks the beginning of our celebrations. For the months to come, we prepared surprises, unexpected collaborations, rewards, community activities, and more. We want to celebrate our 15th anniversary with you and all the people that shared their passion for our franchise. Whether you want to relive your first Assassin's Creed memories, get involved in the celebrations, or learn more about the future of the brand, we'll get you covered in the months to come. Exciting news about Assassin's Creed starts now, with an update on what's to come in Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Launching Assassin's Creed Valhalla and expanding upon its story and gameplay throughout the first year has been an incredible adventure. After 2 story expansions that saw Eivor battle against a druidic cult in Ireland, and then throw themselves into the Siege of Paris and war-torn Francia, we dove into Norse mythology with our ambitious 3rd expansion, Dawn of Ragnarok. With Assassin's Creed crossover stories, we even brought back a surprise visitor from the past, who joined up with Eivor to fight a mysterious curse in the Isle of Skye.
I'm glad you invited me here tonight.
On top of this narrative content, since launch, we've added several free game modes and activities to the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now, for the first time in the franchise, we're offering a 2nd year of free post-launch content with our returning festivals, Mastery Challenge Pack 2, an Armory update, and new tombs to explore this fall to close the mystery behind Tombs of the Fallen. But that's not all. This summer, we're offering a unique take on Assassin's Creed gameplay. It is my pleasure to present the first look at our latest and most ambitious game mode, The Forgotten Saga, which will be free to all Assassin's Creed Valhalla players.
You do well to hide behind your monsters, daughter of Loki!
So, you're going back to Niflheim?
As many times as it takes. It is time to go to hell. Each time you cast me out will only make me stronger!
We're excited for you to experience this summer a new roguelite-inspired journey into Niflheim, the spectacular realm of the dead. And stay tuned until the end of the year for one last surprise. We will reveal the last episode of Eivor's story as a free chapter for all players as well.
In Assassin's Creed, history has always been our playground, and Discovery Tour is the ideal game mode to discover and learn, with content free of violence and tailored for learning. It is perfectly suitable for all audiences, including schools. For the Assassin's Creed Valhalla team, immersing players in the long-gone world of the Vikings and the Saxons has been a driving passion. Encouraged by feedback from teachers and students, we are proud to take a new step in facilitating access to learning by releasing today a standalone version of Discovery Tour Viking Age for Xbox and PlayStation consoles, as well as Stadia and Luna streaming platforms. We're also honored to be partnering with McGill University in Canada to develop curriculum guides for teachers and students, available online for free, to help them make the most of Discovery Tour Ancient Egypt, Ancient Greece, and Viking Age as learning tools for the classroom. We want to celebrate our 15th anniversary with you by releasing a free title update that our community has been passionately asking for. 60 frames per second support for Assassin's Creed Origins is now available. Experience Ancient Egypt under the reign of Cleopatra, now in 60 FPS on Xbox and PlayStation next-gen consoles. To celebrate with all of our players, we will be hosting a free weekend for Assassin's Creed Origins from June 16th to June 20th. The beautiful world of Ancient Egypt is a great place to start revisiting and celebrating past Assassin's Creed games. Our 15th anniversary is about rewarding you for your incredible support. To get started, several sets of Assassin's Creed Origins tattoos, along with a naval pack, will be available this week in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Right now, head to our anniversary website and learn more on how to get involved with the celebrations. Take part in our weekly challenges for a chance to earn prizes and share your favorite Assassin's Creed memories by using hashtag AC15 as we leap into history. Join us this September as we unveil the future of Assassin's Creed during a very special event. We can't wait to show you what's in store.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Assassin's Creed 15th anniversary celebration event. My name is Yusuf. I'll be one of your hosts today. I'm joined by my co-host Chassie Vicencio. Chassie, how are you today?
Hey, I'm excited. That was very exciting stuff. So I'm happy to be here to celebrate Assassin's Creed with all of you. And we have a special guest, Yusuf.
Oh yes, we do. We are joined by Assassin's Creed producer Jose Araiza. Jose, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. This is exciting and thrilling all at once.
Yes, we are very happy to be showcasing all the news and announcements that y'all just saw. But we're also going to be hanging out with y'all for a little bit right now and showing off the Assassin's Creed Origins 60 frames per second boost. We're playing it right now. As you can see, I am riding on the back of my camel on the way to Alexandria. Jose, this game was already beautiful, silky smooth. The 60 frames per second boost just makes it doubly more so. It feels so good to play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's interesting. I just reloaded it into my console. I started playing it again, and it's amazing. Just seeing it sort of refreshed and I don't know. There's a certain elegance to it. The desert, the grandiosity of it. It's pretty awesome to see it in 60 frames and see how beautiful it looks.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I haven't been back to Egypt, in quite some time now. I think it's been about, like 2 years since I've played Origins, and it just feels so good to be back. I started a new game plus here. You can see I'm already level 55.
You've already played plenty of this game, so now you're jumping back into New Game Plus.
Yes, exactly.
As one does. Yeah, but it looks beautiful. Jose, so let's celebrate this game, celebrate Assassin's Creed. So yeah, Origins. Tell us about your role on this game. You were a producer.
God, that feels like a lifetime ago. So at that point, I believe I was associate producer, and I was in charge of basically being the liaison with all other co-dev studios. It was a massive production, and it was my pleasure to be able to work with all the studios that were participating. Sofia, Singapore, Bucharest. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Sorry, but it's been it's been quite a while, and it was amazing being part of this production. It was also officially my first full Assassin's Creed production, as I had just joined the studio, and it was amazing, being part of this entire production with so many awesome, talented people, passionate people. It was also a really interesting time of the franchise, obviously re-envisioning what Assassin's Creed would be for the future. So it was thrilling and nerve-wracking, to say the least.
I imagine there must have been a lot of excitement and maybe internal pressure that you were feeling of bringing the game back, the brand back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Assassin's Creed is beloved by players around the world, right? And there's a certain expectation of what the brand is, what the brand, the tenets, the pillars of the brand. It was really fascinating trying to find out how do we bring Assassin's Creed into an open world? How do we give agency to the players of how they play it, how they consume, and there were so many changes. It's funny watching it right now. It feels like, yeah, of course, this is exactly how it should have been. For the player perspective, maybe, this feels like, yes, of course, why would it be anything other than this? But when you're on the other side of, pre-production, production, asking all those questions of, what is the DNA of the brand? What is really Assassin's Creed? The areas where we could experiment or not, or evolve the brand, and certain things that we absolutely wanted to keep. So yeah, it was fascinating. It was preserving the DNA while evolving at the same time.
Speaking that, as long as you talk about DNA, my favorite thing and the one thing to me that I never get tired of in Assassin's Creed is these sync points. And so as long as these are here, I'm always going to be a happy camper. It's just one of my favorite things. I never get tired of them, even after doing them, across every AC, so many times. It's, to me, nothing showcases what the verticality, the beauty of AC like those.
Yeah, even that's a perfect point, right? People assume that sync points are always there. They're a given. They're hit the easy button and it's done. But even within the context of Egypt, right? Like saying, how do we want the camera to move? Oh my God, now we're in a massive open world and you can see very far into the background. Making sure that it was the right camera movement, the right speed, all these little things that players don't see. We had to like reassess under this, open world scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way,
say that.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I was gonna say. By the way, I noticed that my camera is really bright. This is obviously to be
You're bathed in light.
Yeah. It's I'm in the desert.
He's coming to us live from Alexandria. That's.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Also, yes, we are live. We can see the chat, so if you have any questions about AC Origins for Jose, drop them in the chat and we'll ask them. So yes, we do see you, and Yusuf is playing in real time right now, so that is happening. We are playing this AC Origins in 60 FPS on PS5. It's also available on Xbox Series X and S, so you can jump into that. And if you missed that video earlier, there's a free weekend coming for AC Origins, June 16th to the 20th. So if you haven't played or want to jump back in, go for it on Xbox and PlayStation next-gen consoles and play 60 FPS. But yeah, we are live, so if you have questions, please let us know in the chat. But Jose, I'll start with a question for you. So I saw an internal interview with you at Ubisoft, and you said your best memory was working here was E3 2017, and you said getting AC Origins into people's hands for the first time. So can you tell me more about that and what that moment was like?
Yeah, let me see if I can vocalize it right. The production had already been going, I think, for 3 years at a time, and everybody was working really hard to re-envision, to move the brand, to evolve the brand into this new open world. There's a lot of changes that went into this. We went from a mission-driven system to a quest-driven system that you could consume however you wanted. There were so many changes that went into this, and obviously the people that work in the brand, they love Assassin's Creed, and is sort of doing this meditation of everything we wanted to bring into Origins. And obviously every choice we made was because we really truly felt, every director, every producer, everybody in the team that really felt that was the right choice, the right thing to do, but nobody had seen it. So for me specifically, being part of that E3, doing the private demos, there was this moment of exhilaration that you're happy to share what the team has been working on, and especially for me, I was thrilled to be able to be on the floor, to give the demos, to represent the team and the directors and everybody, and it's a huge honor to be part of the brand and to represent everybody's hard work and talent. But on the other hand, it was nerve-wracking. Nobody had seen it. Nobody knew what it was. Yeah. And you give the controller to a player. A lot of them are media. A lot of them are streamers, YouTubers, some celebrities even. We're in LA at E3. And there's this moment that you're super proud, you're super excited, you want to show it. But also a part of you is saying, "Oh my God, please like it." And we hope that you see what we see. We hope that this really our vision translates and it's able to be understood by people. And those very first demos that I gave, it was phenomenal. That fear, but also you're looking. You give the controller to somebody and you're looking at them and you're like, yeah,
It's like So are you like just directly looking? Are you kind of looking away, or just like nervous about that? That sounds very nervous.
In some cases, some people say, no, you drive. I want you to see you play it. You also get some of the media people that are so stoic, and you're playing, you're explaining, and then they're total poker face, just like, and you don't know, like, are you loving it? Are you hating it? And at the same time, as we progress, giving more demos, I think there was one person that actually said, "You've given me the Assassin's Creed that I never knew I wanted, and it's phenomenal."
Oh my gosh.
You can probably see me getting a little emotional because it was so amazing just being there and seeing people say, "This is exactly." I didn't know I wanted this, but this is exactly what it should be. Giving the demos also, you noticed all the NPCs. We had the smart, the Meta AI network. Having the same demo or having people play the exact portion of the game, but seeing different results, seeing different enemies, the wildlife. At some point I saw, I think it was an alligator and a hippo get into a fight, and the guy's like, "Oh, was that supposed to happen?" And I said, "No, honestly, I've never seen that. I don't know what events happened for those two animals to be in that location and fight." But it was super. It was nerve-wracking and it was amazing, and it was such a communal sigh of relief and saying, yes, we did deliver. Yes, people agree with our vision. We still held the pillars of the brand, the DNA, and yeah, it was I think cathartic. It was a very cathartic moment for me, and it was also my first Assassin's Creed production, right? So for me, there was also that element of I'm joining sort of at this time of change, at this nexus of change, and you're thinking, God, please, I hope it goes well. I hope that
that's an exciting time to join, though. Yeah, that sounds like an ideal time.
Exciting and also terrifying, right?
Sure.
We always do our best work, hoping that everybody will love it, hoping that everybody will be entertained. It's sort of that saying that nobody has an ugly baby, right? So it's that moment where you show people the baby and you're like, I hope people like the baby,
Speaking of, I love this scene so much. It's our first introduction to Aya here.
Aya's great.
And like I think to me, like, it was just so cool seeing a husband and wife that were like in love and had, like, obviously, they are on a quest to avenge the death of their, son, but it was a healthy relationship, and I feel like that's something that's so rare to see in games.
Yeah, and it's amazing also that you get to see the trajectory of from the past to the present, if you want to say to the future, when you meet them again in the Hidden Ones. And we were so attuned to their relationship that we felt, in the Hidden Ones we needed to acknowledge, right? They have that moment where we're sort of them saying, you know what, it's okay, we did well.
Yeah.
But seeing that trajectory, and it's funny because it wasn't a big speech, it wasn't melodramatic. It was just a moment where I feel, and I hope that we captured that the journey as a couple, as people, as human beings that they had, and in the end just saying, you know what, we don't need to give a big speech. We're okay. We're cool.
Yeah. That's actually, it's. I'm so happy you bring that up. That is one of my favorite moments in gaming. Period. It's just after Bayek and Aya have been, separated at the end of, the game, and them coming back together and reuniting there for that moment. There's a shot where they their foreheads touch and like they embrace, and like it fills my heart every time.
It's super nice to hear you say that. I know the narrative team worked really hard to give value to that moment without being giving over exposition of what the player should or should not be feeling, or what Bayek and Aya should be feeling. So it was that subtlety, I think, was represented throughout the game, right? Carrying the spectrum of emotions of Bayek's quest, his motivations, Aya's motivation, the rift between them, all these little things that we want the player to be emotionally connected to.
Right. Yeah, I think it was a complete success, at least for me. That's my opinion on it.
No,
Ooh,
agreed. Very strong story. Just their relationship is just something you don't forget from this series. It's just so well written.
We get the first hidden blade.
Yeah, I'll show it.
Ooh, be careful.
Don't point that at your face. Oh.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
I will go to the palace and discover who uses the seal of the snake.
It's funny too, Jose. You were saying earlier, you were talking about showing this game to people for the first time, and them saying, "Oh, this isn't," I didn't realize this is what I wanted, but it's exactly what I wanted. I had a slightly similar but slightly different impression of when Origins was first announced and when we first got to play it. It was also at the very beginning of my Ubisoft journey here. But the way I don't think I've actually told you, I happen to be Egyptian. And so Origins is always the game I wanted, but never actually thought I would ever get. And then
you were not the only one.
Yeah,
that was a top request by the fans. Yeah,
yeah. But I think even more so, as you were talking about the new quest system and how much was put into. Actually, I don't think I'm going the right way. How much was put into the culture, the time period, the setting. To me, it felt like a game that so wholeheartedly embraced Egypt and its people. Not only of the time, but the location itself, and it was everything I could have hoped for and more. And I always say because of that, it's the most important Assassin's Creed to me.
That's amazing to hear. And back when we were doing the press tour for Origins, one of the proudest speaking points for me was all the research that went into this, all the working with Egyptologists, trying to absorb, and we're not just Assassin's Creed as a brand. It's not just about being in a setting and a place, but understanding, right? Honoring the magnitude of what used to be the Egyptian Empire at that point. Understanding the context, understanding the significance of Cleopatra, right? That was everybody knows Cleopatra, but I don't think everybody appreciates all the nuance to her rising to power. The fact that the pyramids were already ancient by the time she arrived. All this layer upon layer upon layer, and we really. I was obviously one of the masses that had never really dug too deep, so we know pop culture references of Egypt. We know the pyramids exist. We know the Sphinx. We know Cleopatra. We know all these things because they're sort of in the ether out there, right? But digging into this and really, at least for me, educating myself and seeing this represented in 3D on the screen with elegance, with respect, and really honoring, like how magnificent it really was. So it's amazing to hear you say that, and I think that's one of the awesome things about Assassin's Creed in general, like being able to reflect and honor some of these older cultures.
Absolutely, and I know I'm not alone in this when I say that I have learned a ton about history through Assassin's Creed, going all the way back to the very first game, and I'm sure every time we play these games, we have people coming out in chat telling us that they've learned as much from AC as they have from a textbook. And I know, that Discovery Tour is something that was implemented for the first time with the Origins. I was wondering if you can, speak a little bit about that. And, obviously Viking Age now is coming standalone to consoles as well. What has that whole experience been like?
I would love to answer your question, but I have a question for you first.
Oh, hit me.
Was there anything that you didn't know, coming from Egypt, that you didn't know that you learned while playing Origins, that you were like, oh, that's surprising?
That's a really good question. So I actually thought I knew quite a bit because I studied classical architecture. That was what my degree was in. So I studied Greek, Roman, and to a little lesser extent Egypt. So I wasn't super familiar with Egyptian architecture in that way. But one of the things that I love that I never really realized, because even when you do study Egyptian architecture, it's usually not of this time period. It's usually the pyramids and the Old Kingdom. And so one of the things that I think Origins does such a good job of that I never really realized is that at the time of Cleopatra, Cleopatra is essentially as much Greek as she is Egyptian, and this is a time when the Romans are coming to Egypt, when they're Alexandria is a Greek city, and the thing that this game showed to me and taught me was that at this time during Ptolemaic Egypt, Egyptians themselves were kind of second-class citizens in their own homeland. So that was something I learned just by playing the game, not even getting into Discovery Tour and all the things you learn in Discovery Tour. So that's my answer for you.
It's interesting. Like obviously seeing Alexandria be reconstructed, because it had to be reconstructed from all the information, data, plans that we had. How much of it doesn't exist, right? Right. It's But anyways, to answer your question about Discovery Tour, it was all this research, right? We had to do an amazing amount of research. We collaborated with museums around the world, trying to get artifacts, scans, information. We obviously knew that we wanted to be as genuine as possible and get as much information as we could to be educated, right? And to really pay homage to the culture. During all the research, working with Egyptologists and really absorbing this, we realized there's so much mystery, magic, so much information that hasn't been collected in a way that could be digested. And obviously we wanted to share this information, right? It's like we wrote a thesis on Egyptology, but how do you share that without saying, wait, stop the gameplay, stop fighting that dude and listen to this story that we have to tell you.
Right.
And that was basically how Discovery Tour was born, saying we've learned so much, and there's so much here that is so exciting and mysterious and amazing. How do we share that? And obviously going through the thought process of, well, we want this to be accessible not just for players but also for children and schools. Okay, we need to remove the combat, we need to make it as accessible as possible, we need to highlight. We can't share everything, but how do we highlight? And you've seen even within Discovery Tour the evolution, from Origins to now the Viking Age. We're still trying to find ways to entertain while being educational, and I know educational is not a loved word by everybody, but there's a lot of really cool stuff that you read it and like the factoid about the pyramids were already there when Cleopatra ascended to the throne, and they were already ancient. People, when I share that with people, a lot of people would say, "What? Oh, I thought they were built for her," or all this like information that is not correct, that is out there in the ether, correcting it and really helping people to contextualize that. This is an ancient civilization that rose to amazing heights for that period, and even the occupation, right, of the Romans. How long they coexisted together. Cleopatra ascending to the throne as a woman in after the failure of her, the other pharaohs. All this was super intriguing, and it was phenomenal to learn about and also to share with people through the Discovery Tour.
Yeah, and that's another thing I think this game does a great job of too, is showing how all these cultures combined, and how their gods combined, even in their religious beliefs and cultural beliefs, all come together, and that how prevalent that was throughout history. But I love that Cleopatra fact, that Cleopatra and Bayek, lives closer to today than they did to the building of the pyramids.
It's wild.
Very true.
I stopped here for like a real specific reason, and this is like, honestly, this is when I realized how much research and time and effort was put into this game, is when I saw these stones here in the middle of the street. And I remember tweeting this out at the time, and like, it was the closest I had ever gone to going viral at the time, when I saw these, because I was shocked. Like, these are crosswalks, y'all. Like, these are ancient crosswalks, and the reason there are these elevated stones in the middle of the street is because oftentimes in ancient cities you would just have sewage basically running through the streets, or rainwater, or whatever, what have you, but you would need elevated places for people to cross. And the reason it's not just a straight slab of of raised portion is that you still need carriages and carts to be able to pass through. So you have these, horse-drawn carriages pass through, and their wheels are meant to go in between all these stone tabs, but pedestrians are meant to cross on top of them, so they're not getting their feet dirty and things like that from everything that's running in the streets. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my god. This is something that, 0.01% of players would ever even notice. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things that, even if you're not, you're maybe aware of them, it comes through in the end. Ooh, let's not die.
All right, I want to address the chat and say hi to them because they've been asking some questions. The chat's been flying by, so I've grabbed as many as I could. And so thank you for sending your love. Thank you for sending your questions in. Just want to shout out some people who are sharing some love. Dr. XY said, I love this game series so much. Thank you for your incredible experience. Devster said, thank you Ubisoft for doing this event and these kind of games. I love it. Nick Nakamata said, I'm glad I can finally play in 60 FPS. Time to revisit Origins. And then Enigmar said, just wanted to tell you how amazing AC Origins was, thanks to the work of all the team and how it raised the accessibility of the franchise. I was able to play AC games again. It changed my life in many ways. Love hearing that stuff, so thank you for sharing your stories. That's all amazing stuff. So let's go to some questions. So Taryn Walker earlier asked, what were the biggest challenges in bringing Assassin's Creed to an open world for the first time?
Oof. All of them.
All of them.
I mean, there was so much. I mean, obviously, the going into an open world, how you play that open world, right? Because we should be able to go wherever you want to go, whenever you want to go. Trying to find this formula, going from a mission-driven system to a quest system. Changing the combat, that was huge, right? Because now you're in an open world where you can be surrounded by animals or NPCs and enemies. Changing the combat from our old system to a hitbox system, which was, it means that if you have a long axe and you spin around and the enemies are near you, you should be able to hit every single one of them. It's no longer the queue system of I'm only fighting the guy that's in front of me. Take your ticket, and now serving enemy 355 step up. It's sort of all these rationalization of how do we give players a choice to basically do anything they wanted, go anywhere they wanted. There was also the big question of the desert, right? To be honest, the first time I heard, oh, we're doing Assassin's Creed in Egypt in the desert, I thought of the pyramids, but I also thought, oh, that's a lot of desert, right? Like how do we address that? How do we direct the player to pockets of content? How do we still make it interesting, entertaining? The sandstorm, that was a huge challenge. Because it has to look good, right? It has to look good, and you have to be able to appreciate it, feel like it's there. It needs to be substantial. Constructing the pyramids, that was also I think that we absolutely could not get wrong. And it's not just the visual of the pyramids, but also climbing the pyramids, sliding down the pyramids. An interesting anecdote, even I'm sure you guys probably remember there was a slight interesting factoid after the game shipped when we sort of predicted. I forget which one of the pyramids it was. I think it was the Great Pyramid, where we sort of speculated when there should have been a chamber. And
yes,
then,
I remember this.
Yeah, and then a month later, Egyptologists discovered that there was a chamber where we predicted, because we did all the research, and we knew we had to get it right. We knew people like you, Yusuf, who are Egyptian or of Egyptian descent, we had to get it right. We couldn't just make up whatever we wanted. Right. So it was amazing that our research led to us saying, we really feel that there should be a chamber here because structurally the way it's built. So we sort of theorized, and then I think it was a month or 2 months after the game was released, it was discovered and it was verified that indeed there was a chamber there. I think at one point players were accusing us of being Templars because we had this information, which is the best compliment I guess that we could get. But yeah, there was a lot of it that was a challenge, and not just honoring the brand but also honoring the Egyptian culture at that point. It was a little stressful, let's say.
A little stressful, yes.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. Rafferty Rules Twitch said, wow, that's so cool, top tier research. And Spliff said, thank you so much for Origins. Have hundreds of happy hours with this wonderful game. Oh, glad to hear it. Thank you guys.
That's awesome. And to let everyone know too, we're going to be playing for a little bit longer here, but our showcase here of the AC Origins is not going to be the end of the stream. After this, we have news coming from AC Stories. So the Assassin's Creed extended storytelling, including comics, graphic novels, manga. So stay tuned. There will be a lot more information too about further AC stories.
That's right. And there's plenty more to come in the coming months, so please just stay tuned. We're celebrating AC for a long time. And then, as mentioned, if you missed the video earlier, there's a special event in September to learn more. And if you want to learn more about what you missed earlier in this stream, head to assassinscreed15.com and you'll get all your information there. But we can kind of go over some of the big highlights from what was mentioned in the first 6 minutes, Jose. And you were in that video, so we've got...
Unfortunately, yes.
No, it was great. So year 2 content for ACV, free to all players. That's very exciting. Tell us a little bit more about that from what you mentioned in the video.
Oh my god. So second year of AC Valhalla free content. Obviously we're doing the second part. We just did the second part to Mastery Challenge, Tombstone the Fallen, and I guess there's that little surprise, the Forgotten Saga, which is let me think of my PR training to not give any spoilers. We obviously announced that it's inspired, very roguelite inspired. We wanted to sort of explore. For those of you that are fans that have been with us in Valhalla since the beginning, you probably have heard me say in the past that we wanted to explore, right? We wanted to experiment. We invited players to come with us. And this is sort of the culmination of that exploration of saying, it's such a rich brand, and taking the historical, taking the mythological, for those ancient cultures, it's literally impossible to separate the two, right? People literally woke up and went to bed acknowledging deities and all the values that they had. I think the Forgotten Saga is the culmination of that, of us saying, let's explore, let's try something else, let's step outside of our comfort zone, let's find a way to tell this story. Obviously, for the people that are familiar with the mythology, they probably know the myth of Baldur. For the players that played Dawn of Ragnarok, they sort of know what triggered Ragnarok, having this moment to tell the story of, as a father, what would Odin do, right? To rescue your son, to get him back, to not have him live in this dishonorable death. And basically coming up with the gameplay around this moment and say, you know what, we're gonna go in a different direction. It's still Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's still, if you play the main game, you're gonna play this and say, yes, I get the controls, I understand everything, but also sort of turning some of the formula upside down. Much like a roguelite, obviously you're intended to die. The more that you play and die, the more powerful you get. As you sort of get kicked out of Niflheim, the story unwraps, and then you should really understand what's happening, and you really there's some subtlety to the storytelling as to why Odin is trying and what it means to him. You know, he's not there as Odin, the old father. He's there as Odin the father. You know, he's not welcome there. He's depowered. He sort of needs to build his power up to be able to rescue Baldur. I think that's all I can say without giving any spoilers. But for sure, you know what?
That's plenty.
The best part is that it's an exploration. Is the team sort of saying, you know what? Let's try something else. Let's do something else. Let's give something unique to the players, and it's free. Everybody can download it. And have Valhalla. Yeah. So you know, and to be honest, it's been amazing having the community be part of this journey with us, and we'll be listening to the feedback, you know, exploring, trying new things, growing from the feedback. The Forgotten Saga is sort of the culmination of a lot of ideologies that we merged, a lot of new things that we wanted to try. I hope that players play it and like it. You know, it's another E3 moment, right, where we say, okay, we're going a different direction to be experimental. We think this is really cool, and we hope players also think it's cool.
I want to point out a comment that Rad Dude said in the chat, where said Jose is great. You can really tell his passion for the AC brand, and yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if there are any other questions. So I've got one from YOBZ who said, "What's your favorite aspect about Bayek?"
That's a tough question. I think. Well, you know, man, there's so many. I don't want to, minimize him. I think to me, the who he is, the fact that he's a magi, he feels the duty, but it's not just a duty. It's not just a job, right? He really wants to preserve the ancient culture of Egypt, right? And it's a time of turmoil, and I think as human beings we all have that, right? We want to stay true to our morals. We want to make sure that who we are, what we believe in, is reflected in what we do. We were talking before the stream about how kids love Bayek because he is this figure of an upstanding citizen that is there to protect the people, that is there to preserve their quality of life. You could say that he's a sheriff, but he's really not just a sheriff, because he honestly, really, truly wants to do good for the people, right? He really, truly embodies this role, heart and soul. And I think seeing his journey, it's inspiring in some ways, because I think as human beings we all have that of we want to do good. We want to do good by not just ourselves but the people around us, and he sort of embodies this, and how far he will go in his journey for this.
And he'll go pretty far. Yeah.
That's a really good answer though.
Yeah, that's good.
And
answer.
I feel that really hard because one of the things that Origins allowed you to do, which I'm a big fan of, obviously, is customize Bayek's hair, right? You could have long hair, no beard, long hair. I tend to go for the short hair on top with the beard. Who would have thought?
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah. But the other thing I really like is that you can choose whether or not to keep Bayek's hood up or not, like up or down. And to me, I never put the hood up, and that's just me. There's no wrong way to do it. Obviously, you can absolutely play with the hood if you like. But to me, it was because of everything you just said that Bayek is a magi. He is a protector of the people of Egypt. He is not, at this time in the story, he is not someone who is hiding and working in the shadows. He is a protector of the people of Egypt, and he has nothing to be ashamed of for that, and or nothing to hide from in that aspect. And it's important to him that he is there for the people of Egypt, and that he is visible to them. So I always kept the hood down because of that.
As I'm speaking, I'm realizing that maybe there is a metaphor in there somewhere about who Bayek is, and sort of his evolution of wanting to stay true to the old, but also embracing the new and moving forward and finding out how he best can be there for the people. Maybe this is a metaphor also of Origins itself, right? Trying to preserve the DNA of the brand, and also doing right by the players and saying, well, it's time to evolve and we're gonna take the good, all the traditions of what are AC and push them forward. I don't know if the writers intended that, but it feels like there's a metaphor in there somewhere.
I think, yeah, they would. I'm sure they would tend to agree.
I just want to mention again that Assassin's Creed Origins is available on 60 FPS on Xbox and PS next-gen consoles, and there's a free weekend. There we go, free weekend, June 16th to the 20th. So you should jump back in or play for the first time if you've never played before. It's the perfect time. And so for everything you missed earlier, we had some announcements at the beginning of the stream. Head to assassinscreed15.com to learn more.
So we have our first true assassination here.
Ooh, yeah.
We've infiltrated this bathhouse. We're trying to assassinate Eudorus with nothing but our hidden blade. This is Bayek's first assassination out here with the hidden blade.
It's wild seeing this again. It's giving me total flashbacks.
This to me is what Assassin's Creed is all about. You know, like there's your target. The entrance is guarded. You're not just walking right in. How do you get about this?
Hey, you! Stop! Ptolemy is a chinless simpleton. Simonides, you have consumed too much wine. I have, and I
There's a link in the chat now for the free weekend if you want more information.
my towels are ready.
Yusef, do you have any hot goss on Ptolemy?
Hot goss on Ptolemy specifically? Ooh. No, oh gosh, nothing that comes to mind. Sorry, I'm a little bit preoccupied here with...
Yeah. Sorry, I'll let you
do your thing.
You
do your thing. And the free weekend, so someone was asking if it was PC only. No, it's also on Xbox, PlayStation, and Stadia, in addition to PC.
Shout out to the back hair representation, too, in this game. You know, you love to see that.
Oh. Mystery solved. Remember you know, those moments that we wanted to explain to players why the salute, you know, and him losing his finger and how that became iconic for the brand in a way.
Yeah, that was I remember gasping the first time I saw that of being like, oh, that's why, you know, and it was really out of desperation more so than anything else.
That forsaken shithole? I had nothing to do with that disaster.
It's too late for your lies. Anubis awaits.
I think these conversations too, post-assassination, obviously it's something AC's always done, but to me they're some of my favorite parts in every game, where you get to speak to these people on their deathbed essentially, and you know what they reveal at that moment, what ideologies they hold, they grasp onto still.
Some of them are quite poetic. You know, there's quite a lot of gravitas to those moments.
Well, and even you go back all the way to the first AC, you know, Altair puts a feather over, you know, his victims, and it was never really explained. But then we get that explanation here in Origins, where it's it's a heron feather, and it's it's meant to
for the afterlife.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Oh no.
We'll be wrapping up this stream. We'll be wrapping this part of the streams fairly soon, but we have more to show you. We have a video about Assassin's Creed stories. So if you're interested in the books, the manga, more things about Assassin's Creed stories, that's to come right after this section where we're playing through Assassin's Creed Origins, which we'll be wrapping up shortly. But yeah, if you are interested in stories in different mediums, we've got more for you coming up shortly.
Should we take a couple more questions before we say goodbye?
Yeah, sure. Let's
Or
see
actually,
what we
before
have
I say
here.
goodbye.
Oh yes. Well, well, we're saying goodbye to you. We're gonna show the video from Assassin's Creed Stories, and then people will see us again tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining us, Jose. Let's see if we have any other questions in the chat. So EDA Boy said, "When made you choose ancient Egypt to set the origin story in?"
When?
What made
Oh
you
my God.
choose? Yeah.
Oh, well, it was one of the top requests by the fans, and also going far back enough in the timeline. I think it was 49 BC. I think when the game starts, going far enough in the timeline. Obviously, we needed to visit a place and time before the original trilogy to explain what was the seeds that were planted to create the modern day Brotherhood, right? So even going back to the Order of the Ancients, going back, we wanted to pick a place and time that was far back enough that allowed us to explain all these little things that became, I guess you could say, pop culture within the ACRAM. And also this time and place. I mentioned earlier Cleopatra. There were so many things about that era and the social political circumstances that it felt like, this is historically speaking, it was such an oddity for so many reasons that it felt like, this was a nexus of two cultures coming together, trying to coexist for a very long time. Different religions, different ideologies, different political structures. All this sort of gave us a really fertile ground to say, this feels like a time where you would have seen an evolution of something, right? It was sort of like a pressure cooker in a way, and yeah, so it felt like the perfect setting to tell an ancient story about how the Brotherhood was created. Plus, I mean, it was one of the greatest ancient civilizations, so maybe it was a little bit of a duh moment.
It all makes sense. All right, we're going to bring this part of the stream to a close and continue on with AC Stories. But before we go, just want to reiterate what we went over at the very beginning of the stream. If you missed it, Year 2 content for Assassin's Creed Valhalla is coming, free to all players. There's a new game mode called The Forgotten Saga, so be sure to check that out. It's a roguelite-inspired journey into Niflheim. And also, as you can see here, Assassin's Creed Origins, 60 FPS on Xbox and PS next-gen consoles. Free weekend coming June 16th to the 20th, so check that out. For everything that you missed, go to assassinscreed15.com. And there's a special event in September to learn more about the future of Assassin's Creed, so stay tuned for that. We'll be celebrating Assassin's Creed all the way until then, and even after that as well. Jose, any final words to the chat and to the audience who love Assassin's Creed so much?
Oof. Well, I mean, there's so much to play. I would say definitely try Origins in 60 frames per second, especially since you have the free weekend. It's awesome seeing it, and I know I sound super biased, but it looks beautiful. It's awesome seeing it in 60 frames. And also for those of you that are with us in Valhalla, do check out The Forgotten Saga when it comes out. It's a wild imagining of a myth that I think everybody knows. And also free, so try it, enjoy it. The best we can hope is for you guys to like it and at least be entertained.
Well, thank you for all that you do. Yusuf, so we're going to go over to Assassin's Creed Stories next?
Yeah, Jose, thank you so much, y'all. Thank you so much for rocking with us.
It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Jose, you are welcome back anytime. You were amazing. Thank you. But yeah, we are going to kick it now over to the Assassin's Creed Stories. Tons of information there. Be sure to stick around for the whole thing. And we will see y'all tomorrow right here on this channel as well. Chassis and I will be back playing some other games. But take care, everyone, and happy 15th anniversary to Assassin's Creed.
Indeed. Happy anniversary. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jose.
Hello everyone, my name is Sebastian Bratis and I'm a community developer on Assassin's Creed. I want to start off by welcoming you all to the Assassin's Creed Stories livestream. This is the second edition to the series, so if you happen to miss last year's stream, there will be a link in the description to that video. Assassin's Creed Stories is a celebration of all the amazing transmedia projects coming from the world of Assassin's Creed. These projects, ranging from comic books, novels, manga, and podcasts, showcase the love we all have for this franchise and explore both brand new stories and some unexpected additions from the beloved heroes of the Brotherhood. We have a lot of exciting content to talk about, and we'll first start by diving into the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'll be speaking with writers that crafted both the narrative for the Dawn of Ragnarok expansion, as well as the companion comic book published by Dark Horse. Then, I'll have a chance to discuss a historical podcast series, Assassin's Creed Echoes of History, with the co-writer and producer of that project. Finally, we'll be shifting gears to focus on some original upcoming projects, including a webtoon sequel to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and a discussion about the Magus Conspiracy novel trilogy. We have a lot of exclusive content lined up, so let's jump into it now with Assassin's Creed Forgotten Myths. Assassin's Creed Valhalla Forgotten Myths is a comic miniseries published by Dark Horse Comics that serves as a prequel to Assassin's Creed Valhalla Dawn of Ragnarok. 2 of the 3 issues are already out now in the US and in Canada, with additional translations coming soon. Today, we're joined by some special guests to talk more about the miniseries. Please welcome Alex Freed and Alice Harakis.
Hey, Sebastian. Great to be here.
All right, perfect. Wonderful to have both of you. First, I'd like to start by learning a little bit more about who both of you are and what you guys do.
Okay, my name's Alex Harakis. I'm the lead writer at Ubisoft Sofia, and I was responsible for the narrative direction and the overall script writing of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Dawn of Ragnarok.
And I'm Alexander Freed. I'm a novelist, a video game writer, and relevantly today, a comic book writer, and I wrote the script for the Forgotten Myths comic.
It's a pretty lengthy amount of writing. Could you give us a brief overview about what Forgotten Myths is about, Alex, Seth?
Sure. So Forgotten Myths is essentially the story of Baldur and Loki. And Baldur is the son of Odin, the son of Havi, the most beloved of the gods, the best of the gods, god of light, a courageous warrior, invulnerable to harm. He is seeking a new challenge in his godly life, and he decides he's going to make peace between the fire giants of Muspelheim and the dwarves of Svartalfheim. And in order to do that, he recruits the help of Loki, who is, of course, not particularly beloved by the gods, particularly by Baldur's father. So the comics are basically the story of their adventures together, their wary relationship, and of course, because it's based on loosely Norse mythology, it all ends in fire and bloodshed and general horribleness.
Those stories often seem to skew towards the horribleness. So I guess obviously because there's so much interconnectivity with Norse mythology, where did the idea for this story originate as it relates to Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Okay, I mean, the first question I think is why mythological? Because Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a very thorough game, and they did such a great job covering the historical side of the Norse culture. So for us, it was really about taking something that, obviously, in Valhalla there is a mythological aspect, but it's not the main focus of the game. So for us, it was an opportunity to actually jump in there and weave our own story and fill some of the gaps that were understandably there, and really created a great playground, if you like. In terms of the actual why this story, Norse mythology is so broad. I mean, you've got this great creation mythos, you've got so many beloved, sort of well-known stories about the gods and their various antics going on, but we really needed something that would allow us to connect with the base game. And the focus of the base game, when it did look at the mythological side of Norse culture, was to do with Ragnarok. And they showed how Havi, or Odin, began his journey on this road that will eventually lead him to Ragnarok and his ultimate fate. And then they fast forwarded to how it all ends. For us, it was about coming in and looking with a bit more detail about that journey there. It's kind of like when I do this all the time. When I start reading a book or watching a movie, I'll often read the final chapter to see how it ends, and then I'll go back and it's about finding out how you got there. Most people, I think, know how Ragnarok ends, especially those who played this game. So that's not a huge mystery. The intrigue, what was really interesting was how does this character of Havi, of Odin, actually end up with that fate? How does he embrace his fate, if you like? So that was really the what really appealed to us in this story, and that's really sort of what took our focus, if you like.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, especially there's that sense of inevitability where, as you mentioned, that the conclusion is known, but the intrigue comes into the meandering ways in which we get there. So obviously knowing that in terms of Norse mythology and being able to create stories from Norse mythology, it's rich universe, it's rich characters. Were you both familiar with Norse tales before writing for the game and for the comic, or was this kind of uncharted territory for you both?
For me, I had some knowledge. As a writer of over 20 years, it's one of those things that someone's always coming and asking you, let's do a Vikings project. And so you always run off and do your research, and then you come back and they've changed their mind. They don't do a Vikings project. But it does mean that you do get quite a good knowledge over the years of Norse mythology, of Vikings, etc. So once we decided to do this mythological story, I didn't have sort of like the absolute knowledge by any means, but I did have a good grounding. And then it was really very much a case of me and the rest of the creative team and the rest of the writers just going away and really immersing ourselves for a month or two in Norse mythology, reading, watching things, which is one of the best things about this job. You get paid to do the things you like doing, like researching these fantastic cultures. It was a lot of around the clock getting into the sort of like the culture of the Norse.
Alexander, do you have anything to add on there?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting to hear that story. Mine was a little different. So I've been fairly well steeped in Norse mythology since I was a child, but had never really touched on anything vaguely related to that world in a professional capacity until this comic came along. And for me, it was very much, oh, suddenly I'm playing with these toys that have, well over 1,000 years of history. They have all of this sort of emotional power and historical strength and archetypal weight attached to them. And it was just tremendously exciting to be working with that, to write something in a script like Thor throws his hammer, or Loki shape changes into a fish, and it almost made it difficult to remember, wait, this needs to work as a story on its own terms as well. I can't just lean entirely on the fact that these icons have built up this power over so many centuries, that they still need to work as characters. They still need to have recognizable emotions and go through something that works even divorced from the mythological background.
Yeah, it must be a certain element of having to find a way to deconstruct all the things that that people know about these characters. Like how do you compartmentalize all of that? It's really interesting how the kind of the blurred lines between the comic, the cover, the experience in production, and obviously the game. Assassin's Creed is known for its beloved narrative elements, the experiences it offers through its games and through various transmedia projects. In your opinion, how do comics offer a different storytelling opportunity? And do you see comic books as being a natural extension for the franchise or a natural extension to gaming?
I mean, I've always felt like an author should be playing to the strengths of the medium that they're working in, telling stories that really only that medium can do. And games have so much to offer in that regard. Obviously, interactivity is a beast that no other medium can even really touch upon. It's so powerful. It is utterly unique. And any game that leans into that really just is doing well by its own nature. A comic is never going to be able to outdo a video game on that front. It's never going to be able to outdo a video game on the sort of visceral nature of the action. But what a comic can do is it can layer in text the way a novel can. It can have just sort of, subtleties of dialogue and narration that are very hard to do in other media, and do it alongside a sort of, imaginative set of phantasmagorical imagery. In a comic, we can go from world to world and monster to monster all within the space of a page, when it would have taken a video game or a film months or years of work to create that many environments. And so we have sort of a limitless budget in a comics world, and all of that pairs up very nicely with the ambitions of the Assassin's Creed universe.
I'll quickly extend that question to you, Alex, but I do have to say, phantasmagorical is probably the coolest word I have ever heard in my entire life up until this point, and it's absolutely something I'm going to take with me and keep in my back pocket. I do want to say it's always cool seeing how these stories can take new shapes across different mediums. As you said, kind of fill in the gaps within each other. Thank you both so much for sharing all of your insights on the project. You can pick up Assassin's Creed Valhalla's Forgotten Myths at your local comic book shop or online retailer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian.
And now I'd like to welcome Clément Lessaf from French-American podcast studio Paradiso. Clément was a co-writer and producer on Echoes of History Ragnarok, the history documentary podcast about Norse mythology, which was launched a few weeks ago in English, French, German, Chinese, and Brazilian Portuguese on all streaming platforms.
Hi, Sebastian. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much for your time. Clément, are you able to share a bit about yourself and your role in the development of the podcast, and a bit more about the studio Paradiso as well?
Yeah, sure. Well, first, Paradiso is a French and American podcast studio, you said it. The main team is based here in Paris, but we have also a small unit in Los Angeles, and we produce different types of podcasts: journalism, investigations, documentaries, kids' stories too, and of course, brand content such as the ones we produce for Ubisoft. I personally joined Paradiso last December to work on different podcasts, including what would become later Ragnarok. On this specific project, I was co-writer and producer, which means that during the writing process, I oversaw the work of our writer, Julie Goisé, and I wrote myself some parts of the episodes, especially the text of Gylfi, who is the character that introduces and ends each episode. And after that, I managed the recording sessions and the post-production with my co-producer on the project, Axel Gobert.
Amazing. So I guess before diving into this project, I want to quickly ask, how familiar were you with Norse mythology as a whole? And did your experience working on this project give you a new appreciation for it?
Well, I had a big advantage here because I'm a huge fan of Norse mythology because, I'm not gonna lie, Marvel movies. My first contact with this mythology was with the movie Thor. I was, I think, 16 when it came out in theater, and I just fell in love with the world. Of course, it helped me a lot getting into the production of the podcast. I already had some solid basis on the topic, but I kind of did more because I read the Edda, which is the main source of the Norse mythology. It's a small book written in the 13th century. So I read it, and I had like the official version back in the days of what was Norse mythology.
So yeah, as you said, in terms of like experiencing the content through movies and through other kind of pop culture, as well as through the Edda, the actual texts. How do you think that podcasts as a content form work so well with these types of stories?
Well, simply because it relies on the power of the voice. We are used to think that documentary equals TV or cinema, aka images. But actually 90% of the time what makes a good documentary is not the images, it's the story you're gonna tell. If your story is strong enough, then you don't need images. It's like a good book. You don't have images in a book, like not since we are kids actually. And it's just the power of imagination that does all the job, and it does it even better than a screen. So that was the starting point of our reflection on Ragnarok. We wanted something that would make the listeners dive in the story, in the Norse mythology, from the beginning to the last minute. And Julie, who wrote the text, did an amazing job for that. She perfectly balanced the historical accuracy and a novel-like narration, if you will. And from the beginning, we were on a good track, I think. I was really confident that we would have this immersion that we were looking for, and we pushed it further in the recording phase, where we asked the host, the different hosts for each language, kind of to put us in a cocoon with their voice. So we would live the story of these gods through their voice, and it kind of feels like they're telling us the story, like, you know, around a campfire at night, and you're just listening and you're absorbed by the words. You're pulled into the story. And the last but not least part of this project was mixing and editing, and in the podcast world, that's probably the most important part. And here our team did an incredible job using the music of the game of Dawn of Ragnarok to put the podcast, the text in music, the words in music, and also adding sound design. So sometimes you're gonna have a wolf wandering around, and you're gonna have like the sound of his paws on the ground, the sound of his roar, and that's just something. You have the sound of Thor, of its hammer, for example, when he's fighting giants. All of this concourse to create the ambience, the atmosphere that we were looking for an audio documentary.
But obviously Ragnarok seems to be a concept that a lot of people have at least a rudimentary understanding of. Why do you think that is, or why people find Ragnarok specifically to be interesting?
Yeah, sure. Again, pop culture did a huge deal in our knowledge about this word. Most people know the word now, but they don't necessarily know what's behind it. And there are common misconceptions. Of course, people like associate it with the end of the world, which it is actually, and it's kind of the same concept as the Judgment Day in the Bible. It's the same. There are interconnections between these two visions of the end of the world, and it's really influenced by Christianity. Actually, it's not very Nordic to say, like the flames of hell burning the earth. That's in the Bible. That's the Apocalypse, and it was written like 8 centuries before the Vikings conquered England. So of course there was some influence of Christianity over the conception of Ragnarok. So actually, when we look into Ragnarok, we look into the Christian culture, the Christian text, the Bible, and that's something people don't necessarily know.
Yeah, absolutely. And hearing all the passion that you've had for this project, I think the next logical question is, can we expect more Assassin's Creed related history podcasts to come in the future?
Yeah, sure. I can't say too much now about the content, but we will meet your expectations. Yeah. I can guarantee that. We are already developing new podcasts for Ubisoft, but yeah, there will be more Assassin's Creed related podcasts with narrative stories. You're going to know more about history, some facts that you didn't know. You're going to maybe cross the way of some characters, historical figures you might have seen in the games if you are a passionate gamer. So yeah, there's very exciting content on the way. So yeah, stay tuned and keep listening to the Ubisoft's podcast.
I appreciate the expert teasing that you were weaving in and out for. One of the most exciting things for me about Assassin's Creed is this intersection, this interconnection between history and mythology and pop culture. So thank you so much for your time, Clement, for talking with us about this podcast. And if you'd like to listen to all 5 episodes of the Echoes of History podcast, be sure to check them out on your favorite streaming platform.
You want to know more about the Norse gods? A word of warning. You will not be disappointed. I used to be like you. I only knew the superstitions. I worshipped the strength of Thor and Odin and feared Loki's mischief. Who am I? My good friends, my name is Gylfi, King of Sweden. Not the Sweden of today, no. A Sweden from times long past. Like you, one day I decided I wanted to know more about these famous gods who watch us from the sky. So I went to get them myself. I met 3 of them. Their names, High, just as High, and Third. And here's what they told me.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag is easily one of my favorite Assassin's Creed games, so I'm incredibly excited to get into our next topic. Eastern Shores await Edwin Kedway in the official sequel webtoon to Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'm joined by Etienne Bouvier, Transmedia Content Manager for Ubisoft.
Hey Sebastian, nice to be here today.
Thank you so much for joining us. Can you take a moment to quickly tell us a bit about who you are and your role in the project?
Of course. So I think I'm no stranger for people who watched last year Livestream, as I was already talking about our transmedia initiatives. Basically, I'm the one helping our beautiful partners, our beautiful artists, our beautiful writers deliver on good content on the Assassin's Creed franchise. I help coordinate with the production teams, making sure that everything is consistent, and mostly making sure that everything is at the level of quality that we expect on our transmedia projects.
All right, that's amazing. Thank you. So we should probably start with the obvious question. And can you speak about what a webtoon is and where people are able to enjoy them?
Of course, because that's quite a new format, right? But new means exciting, and that's why we were so eager to explore that format. So Webtoon started in Korea a few years ago. It is basically an illustrated format, and very often the artistic direction is close somehow to manga. And so it's a digital illustrated format that you can read by scrolling through your phone on an app. So it's really a vertical format that was designed at first for people to read when they commute to their job, you know. So it started in Korea, and now it expands worldwide. You can find webtoon content everywhere in the world. You can read it on dedicated apps, and of course that's where you will find our own Assassin's Creed webtoon.
That's really cool, being able to take Assassin's Creed anywhere on your phone. To your point earlier about Edward being a really well-loved character, so obviously he's a fan favorite due to his charisma and his wit. How do you think the webtoon has been able to capture the spirit of that classic character in a new way?
So Edward, he's that cocky character, very funny. I think he really embodies the free spirit that is, the legacy of the Assassin's Brotherhood. So it was really nice to work with such a character because he brings lots of color to the narrative you develop around him. Also, Edward, he embodies adventure, discovery, and with that project we really wanted to have those thematic pillars at the core of the story. So you see, Edward allows us to have a very character-driven narrative that conveys that sense of adventure. He's always eager also to discover uncharted territories, and since we knew that we wanted to set that story in a completely different area, in a completely new area, Southeast Asia, we were convinced that Edward would be the perfect character to support that story. What's interesting is that the story is set later in his life, so he's a bit older. He is, I'd say, a seasoned character now, and it will be interesting to see how the Edward we knew in Black Flag evolved into that seasoned pirate who still has that taste for adventure and a good fight, of course.
I have one final question that kind of alludes to something you had mentioned earlier when you were teasing. Are you able to share how long the webtoon will be? Like, how long can we expect to sail with Edward again?
So that's something I didn't explain at the beginning, but webtoon, it's a serialized format. It really works like a TV show. So you have a weekly episode launching every week for a long period of time. We plan for the first season to have 40 to 50 episodes. So that's roughly one entire year of content. And that's only the first season, but we really want to have several seasons, probably 3 at least. So if you start reading that story, you know that you're sailing for 3 years, probably, along that storyline and with that character.
Yeah, I guess that's a lot more robust than I was expecting. That is obviously going to be an amazing opportunity to relive this story and to jump back in over the course of the next several years. So I think I speak for a lot of Assassin's Creed fans when I say thank you, Etienne. Being able to sail with Edward once again is going to be super exciting. So keep your eyes peeled. Edward will be back on all Webtoon platforms this summer. I'm really eager to speak with our next guest about her experience adapting the Assassin's Creed universe into novels. Kate Hartfield is with us today to discuss The Magus Conspiracy, the first novel in a brand new original trilogy called The Engine of History. These books will be published by Aconite Books, which will be launched this summer in English and shortly after in many other languages.
Very happy to be here.
Yes, thank you so much. Kate, can you share a bit about yourself and your past work for those who may be unfamiliar? I heard you were recently a Sunday Times best-selling writer from the Embroidered Book.
I was, yeah, that was quite a surprise. Yeah, so the Embroidered Book is my most recent novel. It's about Marie Antoinette and her sister Charlotte, but they're magicians, that's the twist. So that came out in February in the UK and elsewhere and is just about to come out in North America. I've also written a few other books with historical settings and a couple of interactive fiction projects for Choice of Games. So I usually do work in historical settings, and this is my first time writing anything for Assassin's Creed.
That's amazing. So it seems like kind of like a natural evolution, like the next step in this history genre for you. So obviously, as this is the first time writing for Assassin's Creed for this novel, so obviously the time period is incredibly multifaceted. What made 19th century Europe the backdrop for this particular story? Although I suspect that I might know the reasoning behind that.
Yeah, one of the things I think that appealed to us about this period is the rise of assassinations, of political assassinations in the 19th century. So, you know, Queen Victoria had 8 attempts on her life, all of which she survived. Several monarchs were not so lucky. So it was, you know, there were a lot of political turmoil going on in this century and a lot of assassination and, you know, power was crumbling in a lot of ways. We had the revolutions in 1848 that swept across Europe, and even though they didn't succeed in all of their aims, everything seemed to be changing and the old structures were falling down. So it seemed like a natural century to explore a little bit more what was going on with the Assassins and Templars during that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the nature of the history obviously brings into question the historical figures of the time. I know Ada Lovelace is a big component of the novel. How present would you say she is, and how meaningful are her contributions to mathematics play in the overall narrative?
Yeah, so Ada Lovelace we know today mostly as sort of the foremother of the modern computer. You know, she's one of the very central figures in the idea of the invention of the computer and sort of foresaw it in a way with her work with Charles Babbage. But she died very young. She died at the age of 36 in 1851. And my book covers a longer period after that. So she's not around for the entire book, but she's a presence in it. And one thing that I found really interesting about her is because she died so young and she had already done this incredibly formative work, and she had all kinds of other things on the go and all kinds of other projects, just had an amazing brain. And a lot of her papers were destroyed after she died because she was as scandalous as her father, Lord Byron. So many things were kind of swept under the rug. So there was a lot of scope there to imagine what else she might have been working on and what else she might have done had she lived. So I explore that a little bit in the book.
To your point earlier, mentioning them being built as very compelling characters. What do you think are the elements that make a compelling Assassin's Creed story?
I do think character is really key to all of the Assassin's Creed stories. There's so much scope to explore complex personalities because assassins are, by their nature, complex. I mean, that's the entire foundation of the Creed, is that, nothing is as simplistic as it might appear. Paradox is built right in, so we have the ingredients for interesting characters with internal conflict right there. So I do think that every character that we see in Assassin's Creed is really the foundation of the story, and the two main characters in this book, Simeon and Pierrette, are both complex and have a lot going on and a lot of choices to make. And so I think that's what I found interesting about their story. The other thing that I really love about any Assassin's Creed story, obviously, as you can tell from my background, is that I do love history, and I love being able to work within known history and ask questions about what might have been. And in a novel, you can't really recreate that incredible sense when you play an Assassin's Creed game and you're up on the rooftops and you think, I am actually in Paris. You can't create that sense of immersion, but you can have a different kind of immersion. And so I tried to kind of echo that sense of being there in prose as much as I could.
Amazing. Well, I want to say thank you so much for your time and for your energy, Kate. Novels are able to weave such rich narrative worlds, and I'm thrilled to be able to jump into the story you've created, and a story that you'll be able to pick up in your local bookstores or online retailers very soon.
Thanks so much.
Well, friends, that's it for today. We're working on a bunch of amazing projects, and I hope that something you saw today has sparked excitement for you to go in and explore Assassin's Creed in a different way. I'd like to say a final big thank you to all of our guests. The excitement and insights you've been able to provide us have been incredibly interesting to hear, and I also want to say a final big thank you to all of you. These projects are an embodiment of the passion that you have for this franchise, and we will continue to expand our worlds together while also revisiting some iconic characters from the franchise. So don't forget to keep your eyes out for the anniversary celebrations taking place for Assassin's Creed 15th year anniversary. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you all soon.